Uh, God, I was trying to find a music track, but turns out that YouTube is fucked. So I couldn't exactly do that. Hmm. Hmm. You are ready. Okay. Am I ready? That's the question at this point. Let me just post some links. I genuinely napped for like 3 straight hours. I think I forgot how to wake up from a nap. But I was like, fuck it, let's pass it. um. Anyways, I have no idea what the fuck I'm in for. I heard that some cool stuff happens. By the way, I've tried to like check for music, but this is what happens when I try to search. In fact, there's also the okay. Well, yeah. I mean, there's also this other thing like Dragon Ball. Which one was it? Yeah, Dragon Ball instant transmission sound. This one also didn't work. You are seeing nothing. However, these are all shorts. I blocked the shorts because I don't fucking want to see shorts on my computer. I am not. What the for what goddamn reason would I ever want to? And yeah, if you block out shorts, it just does this. What do you mean modifying ad blocker? I mean, if I do this, okay, now it's giving videos. Hmm. Wait, did I do something wrong? The fuck? Did I block something incorrectly? The hell is this? Hold on. Fucking. Let me just. Let me just wipe everything again. Light changes. And then do this. And then refresh. It's turned on now. Nice. Alright. No. No. Oh, oh. Oh. There. That's the thing. Grid shelf view model host. Is that correct? What if I remove that? It's correct, right? Yeah. Yeah, great. Okay. Now it works. So if I refresh, I don't know what the fuck I did. Alright, well, whoops. I have blocked the wrong thing. Anyways, I'm gonna keep it. I don't know why I was about to just. I did eventually get the sound effect in the end. It was for micro. Micro's been going on for a while now, so that's impressive. Um, but yeah, it still hasn't blown up. However, some videos have reached like over 10 views, which is interesting. I wonder what makes that happen. I've also considered like because currently I'm going through all of my Extra Life 2 footage, and like all the shorts added up turn into like a 50-minute video. So I was thinking that once I'm done with Extra Life 2025, I go through the whole thing as a last pass, and then I upload the remainder on my main channel, which could feel cheap, but like short collections on my main channel feel solid, in my opinion. Like I just grab. I did also get to the Clover Pit part, and I couldn't be fucked to look for as many cool parts in that as possible, because it's usually just me being like a grandma at the casino, fucking just smacking the buttons until something good happens. So there's like 1.5 micros about it. There's one micro where I tried to piss off Satan so much, didn't work. And then there's the 0.5 where I'm just like done with Clover Pit pissing me off, and I roll the wheel again, and then it's UMINEKO, and then it transitions into an UMINEKO short. Also, just a personal disclaimer, because I feel like it's important to talk about this just in case. Like yesterday I did say that I'm going to just force myself to run out of weed so that I don't do it. And today, oh boy, I felt myself like questioning myself over and over again whether I should go and get some more. So, oof. Anyone who says weed isn't addictive, including past me, nah, man. It's kind of like Zins, kinda. Except, do Zins have like long-term problems? Oh, hold on. Do Zins have long-term problems or some shit? The problems for long-term use. Yeah, but weed is that thing where it's like, because it's not as addictive to the other shit, it's easy to go, they're not addictive. But they are. They are. Because turns out, everything that makes you feel good, literally every single fucking thing that makes you feel good, it's addictive. Yeah. Yeah, that's on me. That's on me. I thought weed was different, which it is. I do have to emphasize that it is. Someone who's addicted to weed and someone who's addicted to, you know, the other drugs, they're different. At the same time, 80% of that is the fact that those other drugs are way more ostracized. So you kind of have to go to the black market to get them, which kind of can make everything worse if that shit is cut with stuff. I'm talking as if I do a lot of drugs. Weed is the only thing I've done. I remember when I was in the Netherlands from a Erasmus thing, and everyone else was talking about like fucking MDMA and all kinds of shit, and I was like, Anyways, UMINEKO, what the fuck? Okay, UMINEKO. Wait, how the fuck did I do this last time? Hold on. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Don't worry, I did launch it like this week, so I know that it's working. I just need to figure out where the fuck I was. Oh, I'm in the raw files. Okay. Arranged. Actually, that's just fine to share. On scripter root. There we go. Okay. Oh shit, the audio. Wait, I did change it. Never mind. Average local employee. They just type on the fucking thing. You could see all the DLLs and shit. Whoa! Oh, the weed. Oh yeah, they have inhaler weed. I'm gonna... Ow. What? They just muted complete? What the fuck? I turned off BGM? BGM was just always off. Why did this turn off? Let's just do that. Okay. Also, I'm pretty sure that last time I had notes, so I should probably open that shit up. I think... Yes. Yes, okay. Yeah, I did have notes. Okay. Let me just keep that on the side. Okay, the Shiramiya family conference was held once every year. I think this was after the dinner drama or whatever. Not the dinner drama. There was the dinner, and then there was the tea time. I don't remember exactly the order for these two, but I do know that they both happened. And for the tea time, everyone was being dicks to one character who I don't remember their name, but they had like a ponytail hair thing. So, you know, there's that. Also, let me fix the timer, which broke. No, there we go. It took place on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to use a prodigious name like Family Conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other surrounded by buckets of sushi. However, in the Ushiramiya family, where those sons and siblings are lent great fortunes, and only those who achieve success in the business are considered adults, it literally was a conference. Oh. Cool. How much of a fortune was invested? What kind of business was conducted? How much was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Boy. What's with rich people and having loans they can't repay? Sounds like a pattern. Or alternatively, how much would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, or what could they learn from their mistakes? Seems like topics like these have been discussed very seriously in the past. My dad called it a bed of nails. Oh. Apparently used to be a very serious family meeting where one would commonly be showered with harsh and angry voices, and even get slapped in the face despite being well past the age for it. Jesus fucking Christ. However, that was all a thing of the past. By now everyone had achieved success in their own independent business ventures, and was on the road to becoming a normal yearly get-together. Even so, being asked by grandfather about the current state of play was an extremely stress-inducing event, and while to us grandchildren was nothing more than a simple meeting, to our parents it was still a real stomachache. The absence of the man responsible for all this, whatever the reason behind it, must surely have made today's lunch even more delicious. Because he is just fucked. He's too focused on that good old green. The phrase "when the cat is away, the mice will play" comes to mind. Well then, let me introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting with my dad's left is the older brother and the father of Jessica, Uncle Kanji. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. After so many weird names, it warps your sense of what's normal, and you start to think, hey, what's wrong with Kraus? Sounds pretty cool, actually. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I don't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He'd never been one to talk to children. I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. From the way my dad talked about him, it seemed that he used to be a pretty spiteful and unreasonable person. Nice. If what Dad said is true, he used to be very domineering as the oldest sibling. Was hated by Auntie Eva, Auntie Rosa, and the rest of the family. He was basically taking after his grandpa. Basically, is what I'm, yeah. Odd, considering they're all having fun chatting together. Well, I guess even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and go their separate ways, their relationship changes. Especially when the fucker who soured everything isn't the fucking reason. How do I check profiles again? I forgot which button does that. Oh, I right-clicked. Oh. Okay, Kraus. Kraus. Didn't I already read this? Didn't I already read most of this? Yeah, this is the antagonism between others going to increasingly severe. Oh, so no, they're still okay. His results have been harshly criticized. Oh, so he's doofus. All right. Natsuhi, right. Right. And that's what the family was it manages the household, who in place of her husband who takes little interest. She was the one who took charge of making all the preparations and arrangements. Right. That's great. That's great. I love that the mom is made to do all of this while Kraus gets to do nothing and inherit everything. Rich people, am I right? That's probably what this is. After all, they have been children. They all have children of about the same age. Since they share similar family environments, they probably all profit by exchanging opinions. And also, you don't want to be rude to each other in front of your children. You know? Maybe because of that, the parent circle has been deep in conversation for a while now that the exams Jessica and I are going to be taking. Jessica, in order to escape the discussions of exams with the old bastard sitting on her left, was purposefully facing to the right, firing off topic after topic so as not to give him an opening. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite of from Uncle Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kyrie-san. This was my first time meeting him. He looks nice. He looks nice. I'd only just been introduced to him, but it seems like he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I will say, this song is driving me fucking nuts. It's only been like a couple of minutes, but I've been editing shit, and this is exhausting. Also, logs, because I skipped a message. It's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. That makes sense. That's the last guy. Once ran a hospital in Nijima, but turned over to his son, now enjoys his old age in peace. One of the very few people that Kinzo trusts, now that he is held captive by an unrelenting suspicion of others. Big-hearted by nature, he has maintained a long friendship with Kinzo, unperturbed by his tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Well, slightly perturbed. Though that's probably because of the he's about to die component. He's known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed, and they have a history of going back several decades. My grandfather's companion is auspicious hobbies, but surprisingly, it seems that he's grandfather's chess partner. That kind of hobby does seem very like our grandfather, with his love of Western style. Like, what? Oh yeah, because there's... Wait, what? Probably... Oh yeah, Shoji. You could probably also call him the only person able to enter Rokkenjima who is neither a family member nor a servant. From listening on his conversation with the women folks seated near him, he gave the impression of a calm old gentleman. Considering he's managed to put up with our short-tempered grandfather for so long, I'm sure his big heart is nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he is his doctor, having someone from outside the Ushirimiya family attending the family conference is a little odd. On that fact, I imagine that grandfather's condition has grown much worse, and it may even be one of the major topics of discussion at the family conf— I thought we were done with this. Oh no. George Janicki was just saying it too. For the past year, grandfather's been continually pronounced as having very little time left to live. It's awful to talk about, but grandfather is an extremely rich man. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released. His wealth will suddenly be released, along with our parents' stomach acid, surely leading to some serious ulcers. Damn. He has the power to just evict stomach acid. With this kind of thing, the greater the number of ways it must be split, the more trouble will be caused splitting it. This kind of talk would probably also be included in the family conference. Oh, well, it's not like it has anything to do with us, children. Finally, even though he's absent, let me introduce our grandfather. He's a cunt. Person who should be sitting in that seat of honor is Ushirimiya Kinzo. It really sucks. He gave everyone else in the family these weird names, but he himself uses one which is conservative as all hell. If only his name were written with those same characters for gold and vault, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. That'd be totally awesome. Ushirimiya Goldsmith? As you can probably gather from all the talk about him, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. Because I'm just his grandkid and haven't met him since I was in elementary school 6 years ago, I don't remember ever having been beaten by him, but it seems that our parents were raised with an iron fist. The earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go try and convince the grandfather to come out seems oddly funny if you take this into account. In order to tell grandfather's story, you have to take yourself all the way back to before the Showa era, in 1926 to 1989, to recount the tale of the Ushirimiya family. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Ushirimiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills and were very wealthy people who merely had to fall about laughing while the money rolled in. Incidentally, grandfather, as a member of the branch family, originally had nothing to do with the main family. Distantly separated from the head's inheritance, he apparently had very little involvement with the head house. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushirimiya main family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushirimiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. Damn. Wait a sec. That sounds like a coinky dink. Sorry, is that related to what's gonna happen? It then became a matter of who would become the who would become the heir to the main family, and as it turned out, none were left except for Kinzo, who was far removed from the main family line as they come. Kinzo, who's talking about green juice and Beatrice. Kinzo himself later said that it was such a good luck, it was as though fate itself had been turned upside down. With that, grandfather's ordinary life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the wealth that the dying Ushiromiya family had almost completely lost. Of course, just because you suddenly dump a task on someone doesn't mean they can do squat to accomplish it. I thought the people around weren't expecting much. I'm gonna take a note of this. Oh my god, the whispers. Some fuck shit happened when Kinzo's entire goddamn family was wiped out in the earthquakes and random fires. So he inherited the task to rebuild the wealth. Lol. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family funds and everything from the hair on his head to his toenails as collateral to borrow a massive amount of money, created a gigantic supply of funds, and immediately started a business. Oh, loans! It was like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. What? Because of the what? Probably anyone would have thought that grandfather had no business. Probably anyone fucking Christ. Probably anyone would have thought that grandfather had no business ability. But with an unbelievable amount of good luck and miracles, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, before anyone knew it, he had forged powerful connections with the fucking Allied forces? Isn't he Japanese? Does it mean he betrayed his country, kinda? Oh no, at that time MacArthur and the GHQ were in charge of Japan. Oh. Grandfather, in a twinkle of the eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. At this point, it was no longer luck, but information that won the day. He must have made some seriously thick connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War before they happened. No, more than that. He must have foreseen these special procurements and started penetrating those markets from the very beginning. History textbooks say that all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands for the Korean War, but that wasn't the case in reality. What are the emergency demands? Hold on, what? Is that when... Okay, that's just when the United Kingdom entered the Korean Peninsula and contributed to everything being fuck shit. Right. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money's game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. Yeah, that's how it works. In other words, grandfather was an extremely lucky member of this group of winners. This all happened during the year 1950? Showa 25, I think? And since the year of the Great Kanto earthquake was Taisho 12, or 1923, that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family to a level even higher than it had been before, in the span of only 20 to 30 years! And it was totally based off his own skills, and totally not because of the witch. Totally. Totally. No. With that, you'd think that he would revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. Well, I mean, Jared Kushner's trying. I mean, the Albanians are probably going to rip him limb from limb if he actually does it, but, you know, he's trying. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then reneged on it and claimed it as his own plot of land. Lol, nice. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and furthermore, he had the sponsorship of the GHQ, which meant that nobody could oppose him. Is the GHQ like America? General Headquarters. Right. I see. Oh, Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers. I see. Right, okay. It seems that Tokyo provided the land for next to no money at the time. Tokyo later made repeated complaints for the land to be returned, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they'd been pushed into it. Yeah, also, like, it's my fucking island, dudes. I bought it with my own money that I definitely made fairly. No doubt he bribed everyone there was to bribe. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and blessed with good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it wasn't all luck. He was skilled with English, and this was cultivated by his Western obsession. It was by using that as a weapon that he was able to make inroads into the GHQ. Western obsession. A mansion was immediately built on the island. That would be this mansion. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this once uninhabited island, Rokkenjima, a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to its heart's content. The Western mansion that he had always imagined overflowing with emotion, the beautiful garden where various roses had been planted. Blind obsession. Kinzushmal. Wait. Kintab. And the private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. Cool, dude. To have this much would be every man's dream. After that, making good use of his huge fortune, he became a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person normally gets portrayed after the fact as having the ability to foresee and predict the future or something. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Yeah. Anyway, even a lord like that, with all of his dreams made real, can't help but grow increasingly odd when locked up alone on an island. No shit. Everyone, oh my god, Beatrice! Oh my god, it's Beatrice! Beatrice! Everyone knows he's been obsessed with the West for a very long time, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Perhaps his love of black magic began way back when he became fascinated with the West. Or possibly his miraculous stretch of good luck, which allowed him to revive the family, caused him to feel a mysterious power in himself. Miraculous, mysterious? At some point, Grandfather began to make research of black magic his life's work, filling his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. These being the few remaining years of a person successful in life, those around him warmly watched over him, feeling the time was his to spend as he pleased, or so I hear, but no way in hell that's true. They probably were just driven away thinking that's disturbing, I don't want to get involved. Well, their war-torn period was a time for big gambles with both opportunities and risks. I'd like to see Grandfather do so well if he'd born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average company employee. If that had happened, he'd probably be sitting here with the rest of us, regaling us with tales of his shitty boss. No, not here in the dining hall of a mansion. We might have been around a table at some bar. If that were the case, I'm sure that this would have been a more comfortable family conference. Batlin knows. Batlin knows. Alright, that's enough talking about the old geezer who won't pop off. More importantly, let's talk about his incredible lunch. I still feel like it's too goddamn loud. Hold on. For my ears specifically, I'll just increase the volume of the Discord one. There we go. Okay.
幸田さんは大したシェフだぜ。しかも、魚は近海で取れたやつだろ。 スーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。
おいおいよせよバトラー。育ちがバレちまうだろうが。
Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs. Yeah, cheap pubs are just, they're chill.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。合田さんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。
That was because of the nap, not because I'm bored. I'm not bored.
それでその時偶然おふくろが使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
As Goda cleared away the empty plates, he began to recount his own eventful past, never losing his smile. He's also a bit of a prick and a cunt and an asshole. But, you know, whatever, he makes good food.
世の中というのは難しいものです。しかし、そのおかげでこうして今日、後宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、お仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi.
応募のあった中で合田が一番腕が良かったからです。客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
Oh man, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to speak so frankly? If only she spoke more gently, she might give off a different impression. Oh shit, it's Shannon and Kumasawa. Entered from the hallway with a serving cart. I only remembered Kumasawa.
失礼いたします。
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Goda-san and the others laid out the beautifully adorned dessert. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for desserts. I thought that being fed all that delicious food had totally filled me up. But as soon as I laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. When you dine on such magnificent food as this, first it is distributed in front of everybody, and then the chef takes a moment to extol the virtues of his creation. Until he has finished, as a rule, you don't touch the food. However, Maria, who had no experience with these ceremonious rules, got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert and jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Auntie Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, "No, no, it's all right."
こっちの酸っぱい。こっちの酸っぱい。
Hey, sour.
こっちのは外れ。
The wrong one? What? Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
Apparently, the 2 sauces were one sweet and one sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of them was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be this red. Could you tell me if it's fucking sour or not? That's like the thing I'm at. Sour. Nothing. Was it sour or not? Oh yeah? That's interesting. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
シャノンちゃん、この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい？
Oh no, she doesn't know. Oh no. Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe she was just sitting at the table and doesn't really know. She's hesitating a bit much for that, though. Did I ask something wrong? Or did they use something that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi acted as though she had a headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting the other side of the table, began to laugh with a ho ho ho.
何の材料を使っていると思いますか？驚きますよ。
What do you mean?
全然わかんねえぜ。というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。
We made it with blood.
で、何なんだよ、正体は。
内緒ですよ。お耳を拝借。
What the fuck? Okay, Kumasawa leaned across from the other side of the table. She'd asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. That their interest caught, Jessica, Georgia, Nikki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. Oh, that baby.
この酸っぱいのはですね、実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
Oh.
サバ
Don't be ridiculous, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding with an uh-huh.
ほー、サバは酸っぱいよ。絞ったらこうなる。
Mackerels. Mackerels are sour. Apparently. That feels important. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter.
違うわよ。酸っぱいのはしめサバでしょ。
Are not sour apparently. Only when vinegared. Vinegared? Vinegared. You know what that means? Fish! Auntie Rosa said to Maria in a small voice while turning red. Ah, now I remember perfectly. Kumasawa-san was always this kind of a character, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me about all kinds of things when I was young as well. Amongst all of them, the most painful must have been that one. That flimsy black stuff you get in Chinese food. Kikurage mushrooms. She told me it was penguin meat and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I?
熊沢のばあちゃん、相変わらずだな。マリアが信じちゃうだろ。
冗談ですよ。今からゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Gorazan looked a little put out from having his masterpiece laughed at in such a strange way, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。
Fuck you, asshole.
本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみまして、パンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。
Ah.
散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。
Ah.
ソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意しました。
The fuck is rose hip? Oh. Huh? Is the accessory fruit of the typical red orange? Uh-huh. Okay, newly discovered rose hip neurons may be unique to Huh? I don't know.
ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
I'm gonna remove that fucking mackerel bullshit. Rose hip sour, baby. Sure, fuck it.
なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。
Oh.
それではどうぞお楽しみください。
Drip. I guess I will drip. I will drip some water. Drip. Sports water. It's like water but flavored. And comes with like vitamins. Nice. Man, I almost want to applaud before I've even eaten it. It's like when you take medicine, you know, how it seems to work better when you've read the instructions. Thanks to Goda-san elaborating on the details of the dessert, I feel like he's knocked it up another notch. Water slop. Fucking umi slop. Seriously, should you call him meticulous or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but he took a cue from our stopping in front of the rose garden earlier today, and displayed an incredibly timely awareness of the season by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and become bored halfway through. But by bringing in the sour sauce at some point, you get a really vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth is replaced by an enjoyable sweetness again. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of the seats, someone praised the taste and his creation.
いかがですか、奥様。
相変わらず見事です。お客様をおもてなしするに値します。
Are you also furniture? I'm just... It's hitting me. There's like normal speak and furniture speak. And I'm using furniture at this point, because Kanon, it reminds me...
ほら言ったでしょ、夏姫さん。
I pressed control on accident. Alright, well, I guess I'll check the logs. I am the most grateful...
恐れ入ります。奥様、ご存知ですか？ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
Oh!
そうそう。ありがとう。
Oh, that's nice. See? Didn't I tell you Natsuhi's nice son?
ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。みたいね。効くといいんだけど。
ゴーダさん、あんたには惚れるで。なあ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。無理ならあんたの欲しい年収、指立ててくれるだけでもいいやね。あんたの腕が、この島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。その腕、わしの会社で振るって、お客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。
Is this sacrilege to say in the fucking island of the rich people that own him?
秀吉さん、うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか？これは困った。ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
そうした方がいいわね。じゃないと引き抜かれて3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
これは手厳しゅうございます。すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a type of running gag, and our parents had long since gotten used to it. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerel contained precious nutrients that could do things such as prevent aging and make people smarter. And see that while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still healthy enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, that benefit must be the real thing. I mean, it's just jokes, man.
それでは失礼いたします。夕食にはふるってたくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので。どう？
期待してるよ。今晩はしめサバでキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
ええ、ございますよ。六軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
Liquor from the what? Is that even possible? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. Amusingly, Goda-san, who looked just as though his stock had been stolen from him, explained very seriously that tonight's dinner would actually be calf steak. It's not gonna be mackerel.
さっきはありがとうございました。
As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
Kumasawa played dumb, but it was no accident that she had thrown Shannon a lifeline. Back when Bettler had asked for the details of the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them should have been delivered deftly. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon, like Gora, had a little of the craftiness needed to skillfully shake off a mistake, her days would be a little more comfortable. This weakness was especially unfortunate considering how flawlessly she could handle her work. Of course, there were those who had well understood Shannon's weak nature and her inability to remember to gloss over her mistakes, which is why Kumasawa came to her aid without hesitation.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。
Oh, that's nice.
羨ましい。
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
Shannon, you gotta chill out.
そうそう。オーブンでこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。できたらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいですね。
はい。喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. Yeah, makes sense. She's chill and nice. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea would be served in the parlor. Oh yeah, tea time again. It seemed that they would be preparing the black tea that Auntie Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria insisted that she also wanted to drink the black tea, but was rejected by the old bastard who told her and the rest of us kids to go play outside.
バトラ君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
Oh yeah, cousin time.
バラでも見に行ったらええ。でも天気には十分注意するんやで。空はまだ明るいが、天気予報は降る降ると繰り返しちょる。
マリアは海がいい、海がいい。
I don't think you can get the beach.
あら素敵じゃない。
Wait, can you get the beach?
砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
I thought it was for Grandpa only. What?
そっか。よし。じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。行こう。マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。靴もよ。濡らさない。素直で可愛い。バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
おうよ、任せろ。
おう、お前も切り絵に頼まれると素直で可愛いじゃねえか。たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
へっ、まっぴらごめんだぜ。行こうぜ、みんな。ほらほら。
The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared the black tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma which entertained everyone while they waited to appease their thirst. Now remember, right, Gora stole like someone's credit. I think, if I remember something, I think that's what happened. And that's why in my mind, it's like, fuck him.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。良いことだ。よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
そうよ。ジェシカちゃん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
Oh my god, the way she talks is just fucking ridiculous.
どうも。
Natsuya answered coldly. With that, the conversation halted and the parlor became silent. Possibly because he couldn't stand it anymore, Hideyoshi broke the silence while performing an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。
Great. Nope, there's a stream key. Nope, there's a stream key. There we go. Welcome back. Alright. The border between child and adult.
私、未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
情けないじゃないか。一児の母の言うことではない。
は？
そうね。私たちももう子供じゃない。大人同士よ。だから感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
I forgot. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everything seemed to get more tense. It felt like the smell of that tea had been prepared so carefully just flew out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。お前の嫌味は時に的を外している。昔から変わらない。
昔からいつもですって？あらあら。その言葉をきれいに放送して、何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。ねえ、ローザ。
Rosa smiled with a vague expression. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she knew that she would earn the displeasure of either her brother or her sister. It was a bit of worldly wisdom she had needed to learn as the youngest sibling.
よせよ、姉貴。ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。
Well, the brats.
それこそ知的な話よ。
As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a silent sigh, and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. This was the unavoidable, true agenda. Oh! Oh! Oh, right. Aha. Hmm.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。
Oh god. Okay, intense.
ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。
Yeah.
いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
Grim Reaper goes in like, oh, sorry, fuck. God damn, I lost about. I fucking forgot about this guy. Oh god, where is he? Shit. Please don't tell me he's drinking that green juice.
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、ルドルフさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
Natsuhi. Please. I'd like to fucking be on your side here, but Rudolph has a point. Once the fucking guy dies, everything just becomes a shit show of inheritance and fighting. Also, it's not inappropriate. He's literally unable to leave the fucking room. He might already be dead for all we know.
だがな、夏日さん。こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。
Anytime someone who's not like a direct heir of Kinzo talks, I'm worried that one of the siblings will just tell them to shut the fuck up.
これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明してくださいませんか。彼らもそれをお望みらしい。 I am funny man.
Nanjo, standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、お父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか？
まずはじめに、私が去年申し上げました余命3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですので、その訂正からいたします。
言われずともわかるわ。余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
さようです。ですから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、 いつ亡くなるのかということは決して断言できないことなのです。人の命は体と心に支えられております。体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心の強さがあれば小康状態を維持することもあるのです。
Unfortunately, both of those seem to be degrading. So,
体はともかく、お心はまだしっかりしていて、意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
kind of.
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
ごめんなさい。
Okay, well, look, I'm aware he just said to shut up, but considering my fear that I literally just expressed, the way that he did it was so gentle. Like, he paused, he was gauging whether he should, and is like, sorry, but please stay quiet. No, sorry, and then please. Like, these are family matters, you know? These are the air matters. So, you know, okay. He wasn't an asshole. Alright.
さようです。金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。ましてや、あのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けては、とても。
崖っぷちなのも酒のせい。ながらえてるのも酒のせいか。酒豪の親父らしいね。
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども、お父様、来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら。
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
Oh god, she's really bothered by that. Like, Natsuhi jumped on Eva, unable to hide her astonished expression. In response, Eva returned a defiant look, but Hideyoshi noticed and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
ああ、夏井さん、カニーナ、エヴァ、お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
ごめんなさい。お父様の容体が気になって仕方なかったもので。
Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. Damn, Grandpa's got hands. That he does. Bro, this thing feels like a war where everyone's like... The situation is this close to just snapping into full-on pandemonium. But everyone, like, people are just trying to, like... Let's just stay stable, alright?
そうですか。それは気づきませんでした。
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
来年までお元気かという質問ですが、医者の私としてはとても難しい。この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし、何らかの発作が来れば、その時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。何しろ、六軒島は孤島です。
Yeah, and I'm the only fucking guy he trusts, and I'm getting old.
すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。
I should probably move the camera. Because I just realized I've been blocking the text.
本来ならば、本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが。
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだがね。
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれ。
Yeah, I also told him to stop drinking that fucking stuff, but he's like, no.
本当に見るだけですがな。
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。しかし困ったもんだのう。
Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination was to determine what medical treatment was appropriate. Receiving an examination then not following the advice given made the whole thing pointless.
つまりおさらいすると、相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。禁止のまま。あとどれだけ長らえるか、見当もつかねえってことだ。
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか？
ああ、すまんね。昔からこういう口の利き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの？
実を言うと南條先生とは異なる意見でね、とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。さて、話を戻そうぜ。
In the next world, don't be the oldest sibling. That is.
そんなわけで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。
I don't know if Natsuki is gonna like that.
兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは、時期尚早ではないってことさ。
That might be why Krause was trying to disagree with Nanjo, because then he like forces the discussion to be inappropriate, which means they can't discuss it, which means he is in full control to just do his bullshit plan.
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。
Tens of billions of yen. Oh, personal funds, I guess. Okay, I was gonna say like for total wealth, tens of billions isn't like it doesn't make sense. Very well, everything. Does it? I don't know how much fucking mansions. I mean, he bought a fucking island. I'm guessing that's like billions of dollars.
でもそれは綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。お誕生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ？
Oh my god, her voice.
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ。ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろう。
Some wacky.
それを加味してどういう風にナイフを入れるのか先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
How best to stick the knife? What a fucking metaphor.
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
Natsuki, you gotta understand. No one here cares about him. Like, he's genuinely like an awful fucking human being with nothing redeemable. I know you're managing the house and you're doing this furniture shtick, but
あら、必要な話よ。だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。ましてや栄光ある後宮家の財産は莫大。
I will also say there's the parallel of Natsuhi being, you know, Krause's wife. So she might also be motivated to try and have this discussion not happen.
事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが、当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
Oof.
失礼な。
Oh no.
私の実家は関係ありません。
As Natsuhi resentfully responded in a low voice, the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
予算買えば夏日さん堪忍な。口が悪いのは許したってな。
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuhi even more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔なようですな。失礼させていただきましょう。
Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor, which I do not fucking blame him! This may have been a normal act of courtesy expected of an outsider, but even so, his back was watched by several glances, envious of his ability to escape. Oh, I can't imagine! After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Krause recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。 親父殿の余命は短い。遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。何を焦っているのかね。
Probably because you're threatening to steal the whole thing from under everyone?
確かにお前たちの言う通り、後宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。なれば、じっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。
I mean, the next time we meet will be next year. So, yes.
そうだろう、ローザ。何を焦ることがあるのかね。
The fact that he'll be dead in 12 months, very likely.
焦ってるわけじゃない。でも、兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。それはいつでもいいことだけれども、お父様の具合が悪くなっていて、その日が近づいているというなら、先に話だけしておいても、それは請求とは言わないと思うし。
Rosa sneaked a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest daughter in the family, being cross-examined by the eldest was harsh.
ほう、それはお前の本心かね。兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。
Bro, fuck you, dude.
そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのか
ね。よせよ兄貴。ローザだって兄弟だぜ。親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。まるで遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように見えるぜ。
それはどういう意味ですか？
Natsuhi, you know damn fucking well what I mean by that.
主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
まあ、
Jesus fucking Christ.
話は聞いておくなれ。
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方。
I don't know if that's a forever thing though.
ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。それに与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようって言うじゃない。今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
詳しいじゃないか。これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。親父殿が後宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模。日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となる。
Yeah, I wonder how long that's gonna last.
春を謳歌するようになった。国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール、リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。数年前に開業したデルゼニーランドには行ったかね。
Delsnyland? Delsny. I mean, honestly, that's just, when they pull this fucking bootleg name shit, this is like one of the more unique ones. Like Delsny. They didn't go Disneyland or whatever.
素晴らしい遊園地じゃないか。あそこでは大人も童心に帰り家族で楽しむことができるんだ。かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。我々は世界で一番豊かな国民としてようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。わしも数年前に聞いた時はそんなアホなと思ったわ。でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。
G5. Like the G7. Also do notice that Kyrie hasn't said a single fucking thing. Yeah.
円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。 兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。それだけは間違いないで。
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。大したもんだぜ。だが親父と違ってちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよね。
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。
Let me just check something. When is UMINEKO set? Is that that's not a spoiler? No, when is it set? I mean, they're talking about the boom. Okay, 1986. Okay. What happened? Why? When did Japan's economic boom stop? The lost decades. At the start of the 1990s. Oof. Hey, Kraus, better be careful. Yeah, his prediction did not work.
兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。早すぎたのよ。そして焦って清算して、結局は傷口を広げたわ。本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら清算するわけない。これって、兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
失礼だ。
Oh my god, Natsu, you're starting to piss me off now. That's, come on. Literally every single time you interject is like, how rude. Oh, you're so rude. Like...
主人を侮辱するつもりですか?
Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down.
よさないか、夏日。昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。少し落ち着きなさい。また頭痛に触る。
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。
Okay, that's a bit harsh. You have no talent.
だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
だから何だというのですか?
Natsuhi just told you to calm down.
主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
いや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。六軒島は兄貴のものじゃない。親父のものだ。もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。なんなら、俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。な、ローザ。
それは、まあ、持ち合わせで足りるなら。
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。そうなれば結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
それはわかるわよ。この島の価値が上がればそれを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。もちろん島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
The fact that all your shit has crashed and burned, so when you're building a resort, you know,
不満じゃねえさ。不安なのさ。第一兄貴、あのホテル、いつになったら開業するんだ？このままじゃ、俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
そうよ。大切な商売道具でしょ。確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。 でも、私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃ、ちょっと豪勢すぎやしないかしら。ねえ、ローザ。
そうね。あんなに素敵なら、オープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
Poor Rosa, man.
ああ、あなたが前に言ってたホテルってゲストハウスのことだったのね。
立派なもんだろ。ローザの言う通り、オープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
The lodging they had been guided to had not been constructed with the intent of building a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it had been completed 2 years ago, there was absolutely no schedule for it to be opened.
兄さんのいつもの事業と同じよ。着目や企画はご立派。そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は。
They're doing complete like compliment sandwiches. Compliment? But like it's kind of disorganized a bit as well. Like Eva once started off by just saying you have no talent, which
そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのはなかなかいい絵だったと
it
思
was
う
a
ぜ。
good plan, but you need to like fucking open it, my guy.
俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。2年経って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？任せてる管理会社はどこ？
失敬な。
Oh my god. Fuck off.
それは主人の手落ちではありません。主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
Why is the one with headaches so quick to just fucking losing it?
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話、私たちの耳に届かないとでも思ってる？裏も取れてるんだから。
何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。観光業への新規参入には方々への根回しが必要になります。相手が信用に足りるかを測ることも大事です。それに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
2 years is some fucking time, though. Like, I'm just saying, what?
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇み足になったことは認めよう。だが維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
嘘つけよ。生産したくても売れないだけだろ。観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもない。
Yeah, you kind of need the island to open up first.
それに事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
維持費はかからんでも返せん借金は膨らむ一方や。すまんがクラウス兄さん、この島の開発計画の話ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。正直こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
Damn.
秀吉さん、確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。だがこれは先行投資なのだよ。その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。だがようやく時代が私に追いついた。
I do love the argumentation here. Like, forgive me for the comparison, but it does feel like chess, where you have to, or war, where you have to accept certain things, but then you need to have a counter, a sufficient counter to maintain your advantage. It's like systematic.
これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。いや、それどころかこれまでの投資だってやがては私の元に戻ってくる。そう例えるなら 放った稚魚が鮭となり、肥えて帰ってくるように。
I'm gonna actually keep note of this. Fun facts. Actually, wait. Yeah, fun facts. Wait, no, Rockenjima. Kraus built a resort, but 2 years ago. But it still hasn't opened, and there's some really spicy rumors about.
それは認めるで。これからリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。だがな、クラウス兄さん。これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。それも半端ない軍資金や。あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
ああ、夏樹さん。ほんま怒らんといてえな。
Jesus Christ, Natsuki is like a fucking guard dog. My God.
わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの
Also, these are
誰ができたんか
these are very
調べたんや。
these are very valid questions. Like, bro, you fucked up so goddamn much. Who the hell gave you the big loan to build a resort on the fucking isolated island? Who the hell trusted you with this? What? Who the fuck thought you could do this?
結果いねえんだよ。そんな後ろ盾は弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。
A well-known unfortunate.
確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて。
It was Beatrice. She gave me the money.
その上で融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら誰もいなかったのさ。
Damn.
ならね、そのお金をどこから調達したのってことになるのよ。
ほう、興味深い話じゃないか。それで
あなた、このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
He's in a
つらいよ
Shirimiya.
夏樹さん、単刀直入に言おう。兄貴は親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。
Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad though. What?
これはほぼ間違いね。これが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
ルドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。これは横領よ。
That's worse.
刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだから。
Oh.
無礼極まりない。
Rudeness combo. Times 2 times 3 times 4. Extreme.
仮にも後宮本家跡継ぎの後宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。
暴言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させてこれまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方、博打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら手をつけるのは道理。はっきり言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。お父様に対する裏切りよ。叱るべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。
I will also say, I'm not sure if he's actually doing embezzlement because the other fucking siblings are also incentivized to kick him the fuck out. Just kick him the fuck out of the deal. Make each slice bigger. At the same time, if he didn't do embezzlement, the courts will just do nothing, and then I don't know what happens there. But then he has no hand in the split.
そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い？
ユニコと書いて 当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。即刻ここを出て行きなさい。
Natsuhi, I mean this with the best of intentions. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're not a sibling.
さあ、ほら!
Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, indicating that she should leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん。
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oof. Snake comes out.
誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの？
What did I say? Oh.
無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。
You are speaking to a true fucking Yoshiramiya. It's who you're talking to. You do better to fucking know that. Like, I'm sorry, you're in the land of the rich. Do you have to know how they work? Otherwise they'll fuck you up.
これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
台所を預かる
Oh no. Everything has gone nuclear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've gone critical.
黙るがいいこの名ばかり女房が
Oh boy. Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose powerfully. Compared to the elegance and playful behavior she had shown until thus now, she was unimaginably aggressive.
バカバカしいお前が下がりなさいこの後宮エヴァに当主様の左肩を許されている後宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと身の程を知りなさいそしてお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を鏡に映してみるがいいお前の服のどこに翼がどこに片翼のわしが許されているのか
One-winged eagle. Like the one-winged angel.
貴様など後宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの身の程をわきまえるがいいこのゲス女が
See, this is why I said. This is why I said. Who do you think you are? Because if you do this, they have the power. And what are you gonna do? While Eva's face grimaced unattractively, her words pierced Natsuhi's heart like claws and painfully twisted in. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and not one of them managed to make it to her mouth. The anger which had lost any place to go became a single hot tear which slowly dripped down.
Nani?
Jesus Christ, Eva! What the fuck is that face?
何か言い返したいならどうぞ言い返しなさいよほーら
Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi's fist was shaking, she trembled all over, unable to do anything. Kraus quietly broke that powder gag tension.
夏日、席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか
Oh my fucking... No! Natsuhi! Please! Natsuhi! Shut up! Please! For fuck's sake! This is for your own good!
この人たちはユニコと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです私たちが後宮家の栄光を守り お父様からそれを受け継ぐため、日々高潔であろうとする全ての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじる。なんという聞きがたい暴言。あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか？あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで、その私に頭を冷やして来いなんて言うんですか？
This is not the...
いつも私ばかり。私はいつも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、それはあなたは
Natsuhi could no longer hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. At least she knew to leave at that point. But oh my god, I knew what was coming. I knew it was coming. Like, come on, they're rich. You need to know, you need to remember. The fucking dinner told you at that point. If you're married into the family, you're significant, you're on a fundamentally lower level than the actual sibling. Like, I don't like how rich people work, but I know the system. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
妻が失礼した。昔から感情を抑えるのが下手でね。私も苦労している。
あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ、兄さんも気苦労が絶えないわね。
The fact that Eva just lost her complete shit, like, yeah, that would be the thing that makes her lose it. Because then she has to come in with an iron fucking fist and be like, I'm the fucking Ashuramiya here. The real one. Oh? Wait, where did she... I thought... Where did she go? Did she go upstairs?
奥様。
何でもありません。下がりなさい。
Natsuhi flew into her room and bent over the bed, wailing. I mean, look, she has it very fucking hard, yes. That's all I have to say. She has it very fucking hard, but when you're in a situation, you need to think about your survival? I don't know, you need to have some self-preservation instinct. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway.
おいたわしや奥様。奥様とエヴァ様は犬猿の仲。
Yep.
このお二人の関係を説明するのは女の私にはとてもしんどくございます。後ろ宮家は血を特に重んじられますが、嫁いで家を出れば本来は序列から除籍されます。ですからエヴァ様も本来は秀吉様とのご成婚の際に除籍されるはずだったのです。
But she told him, what if you become an Ashuramiya? And he was like, probably like, yeah, that sounds awesome actually. Yeah, let's do it.
ところが、これは誰のせいでもありません。ましてや、奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。
Wait, what?
クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。
Oh.
何しろ男尊女卑の後ろ宮家でございます。妻は跡継ぎを残すための道具。その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。
Yeah. Yeah.
当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか。
Oh God, yeah, I can
苦しゅ
imagine.
うございます。
Yeah, I can imagine that wasn't pleasant.
そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉様とのご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。エヴァ様は狡猾でした。奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って親方様に取り入ったのです。入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を 後宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。
Oh, she still needed his permission. Okay.
後宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、後宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。
Yeah.
しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。
And what's even fucking more, to George, who fucking everyone loves. No one has any complaints about George.
どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったか。
Yeah.
奥様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。しかしそれは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。
And also Jessica's, you know, not a boy.
だからといって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。ただただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに、女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。はあ、老いたわしや。私には何もできず、こうし。
Oh, sorry. What? Oh. Wait, did it just go back in time? What? Oh. Wait, did we go... Wait, what? Wait, what's what? That's a chapter end. Oh, why did the time go backwards? Oh, because we're checking the cousins, I guess, maybe. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again saw that witch's portrait. Beatrice! However, the word saw is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were drawn to it. The woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who looked at her stand rooted to the spot.
魔女ベアトリーチェか。本当かね。
バトラ信じてない？
Back when we had asked what his picture was, the first person to tell him it was Beatrice had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that's not what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate.
ああ、悪い悪い。別にマリアが言ったのを疑ったわけじゃないぜ。
バトラ納得。
She's so cute. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-oohing. Ooh-ooh-ooh.
何我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
My beloved witch.
懐かしき故郷を貫くってなんだこの怪しげな長いひ文はよ。
Yeah, what the fuck? What did you write an essay about it? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title, what looked like a long epitaph was also written. As I skimmed over it, I was taken aback by the array of unnerving words that jumped out at me. Huh? Also, I will say it is confusing. It is slightly confusing because I never know... Like... Okay. So when Battler talks, this narrator tends to be Battler, but sometimes it's not Battler. When Battler isn't there, the narrator is just narrator. Which... But then how do I... You know?
すげえだろそれ。じい様が書かせたものだよ。意味深だろ？マリア知ってる。黄金の隠し場所。
は。
おいおい、後ろ宮家の隠し黄金の話か？そりゃまた懐かしい話だな。 っていうか兄貴、これマジなのか？
これを書かせたおじい様は、この絵とこの碑文に関しては何も語ってくれないんだ。でも親類たちの間では、おじい様の黄金の隠し場所を記したもので、この謎を解いた者に家督と黄金のすべてを譲るという意味ではないかと、もっぱらささやかれてるよ。
Wait, so wait, but that's just delusional, I guess. But also, I'm guessing that's the real inheritance. Wait. When Kinzo dies, will everything just go to shit? Is that what happens? Like Kinzo dies and everything goes, pew, pew, the witch's game or whatever the fuck has begun. Oh, so cute.
さてな、10トンの金塊なんてね。
Jesus Christ.
私はちょいと眉唾だけどな。
しかしよ、こんな碑文を読んじまうとマジかなって気になっちまうな。
I think I already explained the grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiryomiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiryomiya family after it had been almost totally destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part of the story begins. Part of it is closely tied to grandfather's black magic hobby, so its credibility is extremely low, but... well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. I will say, when we switched to the cousins, my heart sank because I'm like, oh great, the bunch more shit that I just will not fucking... I'll just power through. But this is interesting. After the war, grandfather successfully predicted what the future would hold, his big gamble paid off, and he accumulated a vast store of wealth. But there is a mysterious legend about how he gained the funds in the first place. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built the connections with the occupying forces, in the beginning he was supposedly a nameless person who had not yet gained anyone's trust. Money can only be gathered based on trust. There's no way anyone would lend money to an untrustworthy person. How did grandfather, whose trustworthiness was zero, manage to obtain the large amount of funds in the first place? It is said that, when asked that question, grandfather answered like this. One fateful day, I encountered the golden witch Beatrice. He then went on and on about how he continued to research alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great mage. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ritual was the golden witch Beatrice. He then said that he made a contract where, in exchange for his own soul, he would receive fortune and honor. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. We knew that he traded away his soul, but I think it is interesting that they also know. But they don't know about the part where all of it falls apart. Like when he dies, they're not gonna have all this wealth to split. Like it's over. Like they're fucked. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, and then used that to multiply his wealth display several times and revive the Ushiryomiya family. It seems that the story is so old that our parents had already been told it when they were still children. So our parents, when they were little, explored this island in various ways, believing that the gold that grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother or someone began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was too dangerous. I see.
そんな話があったな。俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞かされて、宝探しと称して島中はあちこちうろうろして、森で迷ってワンワン泣いて、しお兄さんに見つけてもらって、親にめちゃくちゃ怒られたんじゃなかったっけ？
We wanted to find the gold, but we got lost.
懐かしいぜ。
バカだったよな。
Where?
だってよ、じいさまはその資本金で儲けた挙句でこの島を買うんだぜ。この島に来る前から黄金を持ってたってことになるじゃねえか。この島にあるわけがないぜ。
Not unless he brought it with him.
そうとも限らないよ。その黄金が元からこの島に隠されていて、それを確実に自分のものにするためにこの島を丸々買い取ったとかね。
But then how would he use it as collateral?
何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実的だよ。
この碑文を書かせたのは2年前。
2 years ago. The same time that Kraus set up the fucking hotel thing?
それもじい様自身ってなると、なるほど。
Hold on.
黄金伝説も信憑性が増してくるじゃねえか。
Epitaph under Beatrice was written 2 years ago. Rouse Resort? Okay.
じい様が後宮家復興の資本金にしたという魔女に授けられた黄金が10トン。そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じい様はこの謎を解けたやつに全部を譲ろうって。へえ、じい様らしいセンスというか、なんというか。マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, something like a poem or a song. Its sentences were incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby and truly in bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, could lead to the place where the gold was hidden.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじい様の胸中は想像もつかないけどね。一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい碑文をおじい様は一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。
Yeah, makes sense.
そこから親たちが想像を膨らませて、おじい様の知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんな弱いことを真に受けてるなんてよ。じい様の黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。
He really wants that gold, Jessica.
調子のいい話さ。
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじい様に無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。それがいたからこそ、おじい様はそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
でもよ、10トンだぜ10トン。一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
とんでもない量だよ。人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。
Oh, okay. So he had basically 0.01% of all the gold on Earth that was mined.
人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもないことだよ。それが一箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじい様にポンと貸し出せるような魔女。ただものじゃないね。
Yeah.
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。第一よ、じい様以外に見たやつはいないんだろ。仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか。10キロでも相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
I don't think it would be enough to buy an island, though.
10キロの黄金っていくら？
Maria, who couldn't keep up and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. A question which I also wanted to ask right then. Whether I hear 10 kilos or 10 tons, I know that it's an incredible amount, but I couldn't put a number on exactly how incredible. Well, 10 tons is 10,000 kilos, so... yeah. Georgia Nikki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
さあ、金も相場の影響を受けるから何とも言えないし、純度や鋳造先の信用によっても変わってくる。換金に手数料もかかるし。ただ、希少金属であることは間違いなくて、このまま採掘が進めば、人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。
Ah. Okay, I need to rephrase my question. Did we mine all of the gold on Earth? Wait, what? Earth's crust has an average gold content of 4 parts in a billion. We have gold mines 4 kilometers deep, so let's just consider the first 4 kilometers below ground. Then we have a total of about 4 kilometers, 1/4 surface of the Earth, 3 grand, okay, 6 billion tons of gold. Well, alright, well, okay, so that was...
デタラメに言って1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
To be fair, number 1, it is a guess, and number 2, I'm using the internet. So, you know.
キュー！私よ、10キロってのは今適当に言って控えめな数字なんだけどよ。それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃねえかよ。
And 10 tons would be worth 20 billion yen.
マリア、体重28キロ。
Which means you're worth... around 6 billion yen... no.
ということは、マリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄金なら、その価値は5000万円を超えるって計算になるね。
Damn, Golden Maria.
そりゃたまげるな。
Yeah, so imagine 10 tons.
10トンならいくらだ10キロで2000万が1000倍だから、はあ、200億円かこりゃたまらねえや。
How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We would have to measure it by putting it in terms we can understand. It's $200 million. I mean, they say that wages over a lifetime are 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and as you approach old age and are finally freed. And all that together, including the retirement money, comes out at 200 million yen. In other words, that is the cash equivalent of a human's life. Now, you could even call it the price of a life. We were talking about a sum so enormous, it would require 100 of those lives. It's also the 80s. Yeah. Assuming you work for 40 years from age 20 to age 60, then it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. It's a sum of money you could finally accumulate after working every day starting from the Jomon period. Buck.
200億円ってすごい？
Yeah.
ああ、すげえよ。マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら、多分一生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
You could buy so much fucking shortcake that you could clone yourself 20 times over and there would still be a lot of shortcake left.
でも200億円という現金ならいざ知れず、それと同等の金塊がひとところにあるなんてとても現実的とは思えないね。
Yeah, I mean it's 10 tons.
さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて、財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか、そういうものなら考えられなくもないけれど、戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう全て宝石などに変えた人たちがいたのは有名な話だからね。でも黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
Gold never goes wrong.
確かに重いけどよ、 国際的に一番信用されてて、
Yeah.
価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
そういう考え方もあるね。でも 10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。
Yeah, it's 10 kilos.
聞いたことない？ 50kg の人間は背負えても 50kg の俵は担げないって。
Is that because of the distribution, or?
それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく、200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのはちょいと現実味がないわけだな。
そういうことになるね。黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
そうやってリズムで考えるとみるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。
So disappointed.
夢のない話さ。
でもそこは何しろあのおじいさまだからね。親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して魔女から授かった10トンの黄金なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
つまり借りた金のありがたさは10トンの黄金に匹敵する価値があった。
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前よく恵んでくれてそのご婦人を魔女と呼んだってことじゃねえのか？
Yeah, Beatrice is some random rich woman. Jessica's example isn't bad. If someone was generous enough to lend a huge sum of money to grandfather when his trustworthiness was still zero, she would certainly be someone worthy of being called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather later used that money to build a vast amount of wealth. With such an incredible ability to judge people, again, she might well be fittingly called a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have also have enthusiastically guided how it was spent. Come to think of it, the idea to get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have come from the witch as well. With all that considered, saying that he received wealth and honor from a witch might actually be a fair description.
なるほどな。ってことはつまりこの魔女様は後宮家復興のための資金を恵んでくださった。となりゃじい様が感謝の気持ちを込めてこんだけでかい絵を描かせて掲げさせたってのも、なるほど、おかしい話じゃないのかもな。
ひょっとするとよ、当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。
I mean, she really looked like that picture, you know.
それをじい様が美化してこんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。
Okay. Okay.
案外当の本人に会ってみたらこんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
If we ever did meet this person.
ありえるね。ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると、このベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
なるほどなるほど。この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。それじゃあの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
God damn it, Butler.
はなっから魔女なんておかしいんだよな。そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。
As I laughed and made fun of the witch in an attempt to differentiate myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who was afraid of the witch of the forest, Maria tugged on my sleeve. The strength with which she did so displayed a little annoyance.
なんだよ、マリア。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry because of the color of her eyes.
魔女いる。魔女はいる。
Oh no.
なんだよ、そりゃいるだろうよ。テレビをつけりゃアニメとかによ。
Oh no.
いる。
I started to feel pressured, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and told me in a small voice.
バカだな。子供の夢打ち砕いてんじゃねえぜ。マリアは魔女とかベアトリーチェとかが確かに存在するって信じてんだよ。
Like Santa Claus.
確かマリアちゃんは学校の文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ？
Oh. Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, this Beatrice... Beatrice? The fuck did I just say? Is proof that witches do exist in this world. And is also someone who she admires and strives to be like.
Hmm. いるよ、魔女は。お兄ちゃんは信じるよ。
George Aniki kneeled down and held Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked me in the side. So that's what it is. It's basically like I just dropped the bomb that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams.
悪かったぜ。別にマリアの夢にケチをつけたわけじゃねえんだ。謝るよ。ベアトリーチェはいるよな。今もこの島の森の中に住んでいて、夜な夜なこの屋敷で何をやってるのか覗き見しに来るんだろ。だから森には入っちゃいけない。夜はいつまでも暗い森を眺めていてはいけない。森の魔女ベアトリーチェに見つかってしまうかもしれないから。
Oh no!
ばあ様がそう言ってたんだもんね。
But she wants to be a witch. So she wants to meet the witch. I'm guessing.
本当にバトラーは信じる？
おお、信じるぜ。ケチをつけて悪かったよ。ほら、仲直りしようぜ。
I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Annika, and Jessica were relieved. Boy, oof.
あら。
Oh my god, it's Shannon!
皆様、ここにいらっしゃられたんですか？
Yeah.
てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
Yeah, we got stuck staring at Beatrice. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
シャノンか。いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像画を初めて見るからさ。まあ見とれてたってわけだぜ。
そうですね。見とれちゃいますね。ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
パトロン説の他にもおじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。どちらにせよ彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから、それは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
Kinda wild when you consider the grandma doesn't have anything.
やれやれ、これじゃばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Oh, scandalous.
シャノンからいい匂い。
Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. Now that you mention it, I do notice a fragrant scent with the essence of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。熊沢さんからこれを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
Aww.
なんだろう。素敵だね。クッキーだ。
Cookie! Fucking, what are they, mackerel cookies?
クッキー食べたい。クッキー食べたい。お召し上がりいただけますよ。でも
Unsure whether it was really acceptable to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait, Shannon-chan sent us a glance which seemed to ask what we wanted to do. Well, thinking about it, yeah, that would be bad manners.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。クッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
ピクニック行こう。ピクニッククッキー食べれるなら行こう。
Picnic and cookies, baby.
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行くか。 魔女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
そうだ、もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言ってたんじゃねえか。行こうぜ行こうぜ。
Oh boy。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな。
はい、かしこまりました。
Shen and Chan received their instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more. Oh my god, Maria!
バトラ、まだ信じてない？
いや、信じるぜ。その方が夢があるしな。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。しかもそいつを、じい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してるってんじゃねえか。
Is Maria gonna get lost?
こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
200億円の黄金か。私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
I mean, yeah.
一人頭50億円か。すごいね。それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。
Yeah.
いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
I wouldn't be thinking about putting up a business. I've been thinking about retiring from work.
50億円よりクッキークッキー。
She'd rather have 5 billion cookies.
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。しかし、50億円か。
Hell's Halls. Oh. For a sec I was wondering if we were actually going to the beach, but oi, back to hell. Okay.
まさかお前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね。
Oh, okay.
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたことは複数の筋から確認されているわ。
Finally? What do you mean finally? What am I in for?
死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。お父様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
Also, it is 10 tons.
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ。取るにも足らない。
存在せん黄金にあないな軍資金は集まらへんで。会長さんは生前その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
I mean, I don't know. He was about to die.
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見たんだ。10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。
Okay.
それは10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。
Okay. Jesus Christ. Almost completely pure. Okay.
インゴット表面には後宮家の家紋である片翼のワシが刻印されていたという。
後宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受けることができた。
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。お前たちはいくつになるんだ。まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのか。
Kraus, how the fuck do you explain how he got that big loan?
第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
もちろん口伝だけさ。でもよ兄貴、親父が調達した莫大な金は それに見合う担保が必要だった。仮に黄金がデマでも、それに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのかい？
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。一世一代の大博打だったのだろう。運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は正規のペテン師として追われていただろう。
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、すべて
Oh, sorry.
もちろんさ。だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。
I mean, it is an explanation at least.
つまり黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだよ。魔女に黄金を授かったなどと言えば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。なのにありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろうな。
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
ほう、ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。私が黄金を独り占めしようとしていると。
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。
Yeah, like Kraus, my guy, where did you, it seems oddly similar. Where did you get the collateral? Where did you get the money?
それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら、つまりはそういうことよ。
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって、俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
バカバカしい。そんなものは元より存在しない。
じゃあ説明なさいよ。お父様の財産の横領、お父様の隠し黄金。そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
I just found the witch, beatrice.
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。彼らから協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。
Seems convenient.
分かっているだろう。話せぬ方面の筋もある。
兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。でもよ兄貴、親父は長くない。来年の今日まで生きてるなんて誰にも保証できねえんだぜ。親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。
They don't know that the inheritance will disappear.
俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
その時、お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したなら、お分かりね。
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。妻でなくても憤慨したい気持ちだ。
お父さんの黄金はもちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっとる。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
つまり兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
I'm sorry, Kraus. You are too much of a sussy baka. We're gonna have to inspect you.
いい機会じゃない。兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。そうすれば兄さんは潔白。 私たちはくだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。
We could also wait for when Dad dies, and then you just use the lawyers to figure out that yes, I did do that. So.
ねえ、ローザ。
Stop bringing Rosa into it.
そうね。クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。やましいところがないというなら証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
だがまあ兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名代ということで俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
ほう、さっきから落とされたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。
Yeah, could you stop with the fucking sandwiches?
本題に入りたまえ。
つまりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。そこを理解した上でわしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
相談？ほう。
He loves to whore.
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取
り、yeah.
分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
Like us three will get 20%, you'll get 40%. Sound fair, you know?
間違えないでよ。別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけじゃないのよ。ただ、その権利を主張する際に、兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしら、ということなのよ。
つまり、条件を飲んでくれたら、わしらは遺産分配時に、お父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
All of the siblings from Eva downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. In that situation, letting Kraus report on the state of their father's will by himself was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. I was about to say, if, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides that, it would also be impossible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, also realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel doubt. He had to worry about what they would ask in return for such a compromise.
ほう、信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。その見返りは何だね。
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。
Wait, but did you... I'm so fucking...
だがしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。そう、お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
そういうことなら、お父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。クラウス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた孝行息子や。そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
But you are, though. But you are mistrusting.
回りくどくて分かりづらい。
Yeah, like... I can't believe I met Kraus for once. What the fuck? You're confusing me.
もっとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
条件の一つ目。まず兄貴は、親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
条件2、その黄金について兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと。
Motherfuckers, okay, yes, I did find the gold. I will give you all fucking 20 billion yen or some shit. Fucking, alright.
バカな。ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億。合計150億を支払えというのか。バカバカしい。
最後まで聞きなあれ。そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。 でけへん取引はするつもりないで。もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
条件3、黄金の分配は後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%、 残りを兄弟の正当な取り分として分割。
Okay, so I only need to pay 10 billion yen.
もちろんクラウス兄さんもこれには含めるわよ。
Oh, wait, no. Wait. What? So you get 62% of the fucking gold?
200億のうち
Oh my god.
125億を兄貴に、
Okay.
25億をエヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25億をローザに。
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。存在しない黄金のためにお前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
何よ、兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
I mean, he is smiling. He's like, sure, okay, I'll yeah.
条件の4、
Oh?
分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて清算する。
Oh, okay.
ただし手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。
So basically, all Kraus has to pay right now is 750 million yen, which is far more reasonable than 15 billion.
支払いは来年3月。
Oh, okay. There's even like a very large grace period. All right.
どうやクラウス兄さん、お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。
I mean, honestly, I'd take the fucking deal. Like, they're probably rich. They probably have 1 billion yen. Although, I mean, we know that.
さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか。
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが、政界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の兄貴ならなんとかできるだろ。
Basically, pay us and we'll let you do whatever the fuck you want with the inheritance. We just want, like, this.
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。でも兄さんの立場に配慮してとりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら。
The weird part here. Also, hang on, let me just check something. Okay. The weird part here is
残り
that.
の9割は
What did I click?
遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなの。ね、1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を7億5千万で売りつけようというのかね。上等じゃないか。お前たちも成長したものだ。この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
これらを兄さんが飲むなら私たち兄弟は
I take the deal.
財産状況調査を
I take the
兄さん
fucking
に
deal.
一任
Like, yeah,
する。
sure, I'll take out a loan. Wait. No. But then I won't get the money. And I keep forgetting that the inheritance doesn't exist.
ただしその調査結果は公弁の対象となる。当然よね。75億分私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ俺たちはことを荒らせるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
Just don't be obvious about it. Have some tact, you know?
俺たちだって早く遺産が欲しい。いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのか。
兄さんでいいわ。多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
ローザもたまには言うわね。
That Kraus was not trusted whatsoever as the oldest sibling was by now so obvious that it requires no explanation. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother would always abuse his privileges and infringe upon the other siblings' shares. In response to that, the other three, now adults, were for the first time striking back at him by working together.
申し訳ないが、条件はまだ続くんや。条件5。この取り決めはお父さんの遺言上に優先する。後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
入念じゃないか。なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのかね。
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
夢があっていいじゃない。この島をリゾート化するつもりなんでしょ。その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
Vela uttered a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched without even flinching.
条件に7をつけてもらおう。私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
Wait. Hold on. Our fifth condition. And then he said, let me add a seventh? What's the sixth? What's the sixth condition?
もちろん保証するわよ。
Insignificant details. The others were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold, would of course not ensure Kraus's portion if they actually found the gold. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. While the truth might be different, the probability that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets was extremely high. When at last Kinzo faced death and it came time for the inheritance to be distributed, surely some unpleasant facts would come to light. This situation would likely be a fatal wound to Kraus. They had latched onto that weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring out a huge sum of money. However, they had let one thing slip their minds. The three of them had forgotten that their oldest sibling, who they couldn't defeat unless they banded together, was a very nimble thinker when it came to being crafty. Kraus relaxedly let out a gloating laugh as he spoke to Eva, who could not hide her smile, so certain she was of her victory.
とても良い話じゃないか。私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。
Sure, dude.
この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだよ。喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。喜べローザ。取引は成立だ。
And she's doubting. Rosa's expression dimmed. When her brother started talking like this, the conversation would never change for the better. Eva was also sensitive enough to realize this. Therefore, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal, she was unable to wipe away her feeling of insecurity.
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
それはひどいじゃないか。私に下心があるというのかね。あるわけもないさ。お前たちと同じだ。
I will also say this is entirely verbal, so none of this fucking matters. Unless they sign something, this is like bullshit. At any point, you could be like, It just hit me, by the way. Eva has like the fucking one-winged eagle on her skin. Like, literally on her skin. I guess we couldn't see for anyone else, but like, But do all of them have that, or what? I'm just like all of you. It felt as though only that part was emphasized. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. I have a plan just like all of you. That's what it sounded like to him. That gave him a sense of urgency. Trying to bring this near-finished discussion to a conclusion, he rushed to wrap it up.
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえるか？
Oh, okay, there is a sign, okay.
今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。
Yeah, but what about the seventh condition that skips the mysterious sixth one?
人数分ある。 同じ内容に全員がサインする。
Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。安心したってな。
兄貴、ペン使うか？
Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, drew back his hand without taking it and spoke.
実はこの取り決めを確かに履行するために1点だけ修正を提案したい。
Oh, what the fuck? When Kraus said that one sentence, all of the siblings felt at the same time as though something annoying was creeping up their backs.
ダメよ。もう決まった話よ。黙ってサインを。
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだね。もちろんサインはする。お前たちに黄金の分け前、75億円分を約束する。
Yeah, I would have at least heard what the amendment was first.
親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。だが、一点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい。
You already made one more point, though.
何の話だよ。どの点が気に入らねえってんだ？
分け前の1割、7億5千万円を即納する点だよ。
What, you wanted to delay it?
お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながら、
Sure you are, dude.
今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。つまり今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚が鈍い。
He's putting himself down. Oh no.
お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には、7億半の
He's using your shit against you. Oh no. He is smart.
そんなはずはないでしょ。
I mean, y'all claimed it yourselves, didn't you?
いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
遺産分配時に全て一括で清算する。1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
No. Like, no. Okay, we'll just wait for the lawyers to detect your embezzlement then. What?
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでも兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。本当なら取引の余地もない話や。そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。
Also, fucking, like, Kirie literally has not said anything still, which is interesting.
そう説明した上でそこを断るっちゅうのは互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and had his hands clasped together, but his eyes were not calm at all. Kraus had already seen through the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのかね。ローザ、私にだけは教えてくれんかね。
We don't trust you, dude.
他の兄弟たちに。
Wait, what? Oh, great.
別に私は。
よせよ兄貴。俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしだ。
ほう、私には交渉の余地もない。
No, you don't.
立場が弱いのは私の方で、公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。
No, I'm just saying that you can sign it or not. That's it. Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. Ever since he was a child, he had never been able to overcome the height of the wall that separated him from his older brother. And now again, he began to feel himself getting sucked in by it and the long shadow it cast.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。この取引は私にとっては、弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。
Yeah, but the only reason they're willing to compromise that much is because, like, of the 10% deposit.
それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。
Oh god.
それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。だがお前たちも この取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
Krause stared at each of the siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow avoiding it, so he was caught in Krause's gaze.
秀吉兄さん、あなたの会社非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。実にお羨ましいことです。
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ?
Why is I'm confused a bit here. Didn't they have all the leverage? Why are they so panicked? Now I'm asking that question.
だが、株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。そして上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。気づいた時にはタチの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
秀吉さんと同じですよ。私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Krause grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was turning obviously pale. Hideyoshi's company was a fast food chain operating company that he had started from nothing. Though Hideyoshi's management efforts, performance of the business repeatedly rose and magnified and ultimately succeeded in becoming a stock-listed company, the greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that by selling stock certificates, a large amount of financing can be gained. That amount is far greater than the actual profits from the business. This made it an extremely effective way to gather the massive funds needed to grow his company even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders have certain rights, namely the right to observe and guide the company that they have financed in order to raise its profits above their investment. That right is guaranteed to all stockholders, and they sometimes even use it to reorganize ineffectual management. It is the right to prevent the money they have spent financing the company from going to waste by watching the management of the company. However, if they use this right forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. Because the general body of all stockholders has the power to dismiss the management and nominate new management. That right is exercised on a majority decision by the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. Why the fuck would you create a business, own it, and then not have more than 50% of the stock? Elon Musk, for how much of a fucking moron he is, even he knew to fucking do some stock bullshit. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they would like. If they want, it is even possible for them to make themselves president. Many companies, in order to prevent their stock from being bought up by malicious people and their position from being threatened, take some kind of defensive measures, such as having their own employees or people close to them buy a lot of stock certificates in order to prevent a hostile group from securing a majority. However, since Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock-listed, they hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. No, maybe Hideyoshi himself was so engrossed in the management of his company that he hadn't realized the dangers of being stock-listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted and skilled manager immersed in management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. But in any case, there were people out there who would not let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They rapidly bought up Hideyoshi's company's stock and instantly gained a significant amount of power. They then sent anonymous documents to the stockholders and began to capture the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It is very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. They maliciously twisted the figures Hideyoshi had produced from a tiny amount of sleep and a constant concern for his company, and made him lose the trust of his stockholders. Their efforts had almost collected a majority of the stock in the company. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders, who realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that value will rise when both parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. So whoever has the most money wins. If Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he would be able to avoid losing all of that which he had built up. Oh. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, which may not happen for some time. Oh shit. Oh shit, Kraus is coming in here with the fucking with the fucking receipts. Basically what happened is that once a majority of people tried to cancel Kraus. A majority of people tried to cancel Kraus, but he came back with a response that was a fucking nuclear bomb. There's like 50 minutes long, it completely wrecks the opposition. Kind of like what James Charles did or something. Like, he still sucks and is a terrible person and a fucking awful human being, but, you know, he won that war. And to be fair, everyone involved in that fucking thing with James Charles was a shithead. So, you know, whatever.
海外は怖いとよく言うが、本当にそうらしいな。アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると、弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないの。
Oh shit.
何の話？
まあ仕事上のトラブルさ。
Kiri didn't know.
大したことじゃない。
It seems like a big fucking deal.
金でケリのつく話さ。
Kiri quickly recognized what Rudolph's complicated expression meant. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been suffering alone.
その通りさ。世の中なんだって金でケリがつく。失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。だが金さえあれば何でも和解できる。
Japanese person talking about the American justice system is but calling the kettle black. Yeah, like the Japanese justice system is a bit old.
資本主義万歳だよ。
Long live capitalism.
もっとも。和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるがね。
I see. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche market. However, a niche is a niche. It's definitely not a sunny job. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that winning the trial was extremely unlikely, and Rudolph was being pressed to surrender outright. But even so, there was a way to resolve it with money. If he could only pay that money, though it might be painful, he could still pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now.
ローザは清く正しい妹。
Oh no!
危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。だが、お人よしな性分が災いしたんじゃないか。連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思うがね。
Oh my fucking god. They literally came in with the idea, oh, you're embezzling money, or you're doing the gold, and we're gonna use the gold story to try and take some money off of you. And he came back and slapped each one of them in the goddamn face. So, okay, it would have been good if Natsuhi saw this. Okay, so yeah, basically that's that. Natsuhi didn't understand that Kraus was playing the game. He was waiting to see the entire, like, his opposition play out their entire hand, and then decided, okay, I'll go all in. Can't very much say that when you're really, really wanting after the money you'd get from this. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled, because she had thought she had kept it a secret. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. There was nothing to fear. Every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. Fuck. Shit! Okay, so in actuality, if he does say no, like, they try to make it seem like he has a lot of pressure. Like, oh, they'll just bring their lawyers and then blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no. they're under significantly more time pressure. So if he just waits and hopes that Kinzus just stays alive for a bit more, they'd lose all leverage. Oof. Because only Kraus, who they were threatening, had no urgent need for a large sum of money. Compared to that, the three who were threatening him won money quickly and no matter what the cost. So the longer Kraus postponed this deal, the greater the advantage to him. Kraus was very sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden that until the very end, and upon closely and completely examining their attitude, he had struck back.
私もできることなら可愛い弟や妹たちの危機に金を工面してやりたいと思っているよ。だが残念なことに持ち合わせがなくてね。
God, this fucking wind. うい。
7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら先にそちらを当たってもらいたいの。
Oh! Kraus's elated words were horribly blunt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。おっと、私にはそんなものはいないと言っていたか。それではどうにもならんね。
Ooh, you fuck it, you. Oh, I love Kraus, man. I love Kraus. He's such a good villain. Oh, ooh. What a dick. What a prick. I love him. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had, until now, been driving the oldest brother into a corner could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。冗談じゃない。冗談じゃない。
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
considering it.
言ったではないか。私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。もちろん利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
Borrow the interest? Sorry, y'all were also trying to take advantage of him. So you can't just do this shit. You can't just say that as if you weren't trying to do the exact same thing.
あなた。
A baby.
落ち着いて。
Oh.
落ち着いてるぜ。俺は極めて冷静だぜ。
I'm so cool.
クソったりが。
Yeah, very cool. Kiria grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though seeing that made him extremely happy.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが、残念4億。非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。
What a prick.
今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら、親父殿の隠し黄金を、ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。仲良し兄弟が4人揃えばきっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
Fuck. Well, Jeff Bezos before he lost his hair. Oh god, it's back to Grandpa Green Juice. I want my... Jeff Bezos isn't nearly that charismatic though. That's the thing, Borean. Like Jeff Bezos...
面白いことをする。それでその突きつけた条件というのは何か。
はい。
クラウス様は黄金の発見を問わずにその分け前としてエヴァ様、ルドルフ様、ローザ様に計75億円を支払うこと。
Kinzo spies! Kinzo spies! Ooh! Now we get to see it. Anon, you spy.
ただしその1割を3月までに支払うこと。
クラウスの間抜けめ。弟たちに足をさらわれるとはな。
Oh wait, oh, he doesn't know about the reversal?
実に愉快ではないか。しかし、爪が甘いようだな。
Yeah, he did a complete and total fucking reversal.
はい。クラウス様はそれをエヴァ様以下お三人が緊急に大金を用立てする必要があるためとカンパさん。
Oh, sorry. I keep doing that.
その程度のことはカンパできるのか。中途半端に無能な男め。
He can't even manage incompetence.
今はどうしている？
話は一度中断されました。今はベアトリーチェ様の碑文の話をされています。
私の黄金がどこに隠されているのか、その謎を解こうとか。
はい。
Kinzo set down his glasses and snorted.
奇跡の成就が先か、愚か者どもが黄金を暴くのが先か。
Wait. The miracle be fulfilled. What miracle? But also exposing the gold sort of is the gold a trap?
実に見物ではないか。
Hold on. Fuck. Thoughts. Or quotes? Let's do quotes. Will the miracle be fulfilled first, or will those fools expose the gold first? Kinzo. What the fuck? Oh boy. Oh yeah, like, yeah.
愚か者どもが我が謎を解き明かしたなら、
I can, but
その時は私のすべての敗北だ。
You can lose images, you can't lose text, so.
我が屍を骨のひとかけらまでしゃぶり尽くすがいい。愚か者どもの貪欲さが偉大なる魔法に奇跡を宿らせるのだ。
What magic?
だがもし奇跡の成就が先だったなら、ベアトリーチェは再び蘇る。私が半生をかけて追い求めたあの美少が蘇るのだ。おお、ベアトリーチェ。
Oh God.
奇跡を落とす聖なる夜がやってくるぞ。悪魔たちとのゲームが始まるぞ。
Wait. What? Hold on. The sacred night, so this night, when the miracle is wagered? The devil's king.
私はきっと打ち勝つ。絶対に生き残る。他の奴らの命はくれてやる。富も名誉も財産も黄金も何もいらぬ。ただお前の微笑みがもう一度見たいだけなのだ。
Fucking dies. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo signaled that he didn't need to.
なぜ私が黄金の隠し場所をわざわざ人目に触れるように晒したかわかるか？
いえ。
魔法の力はリスクで決まるからだ。
No.
ベアトリーチェの黄金を暴こうとする人間が多ければ多いほど、その危険が高まれば高まるほどに、それでもなお成就できたとき、魔法の力は偉大なる奇跡を起こせるのだ。
So you're basically betting but you have a bet, but you're not. It's not like in poker where you raise the stakes of the bet. It's you raise the risk, sort of, which I guess in poker is the same thing, but in Magic, that's split.
魔法とはつまりゲームなのだよ。
Wait. I feel like that's gonna play into everything else. Hold on. The greater the risk, the greater the magic upon the bet's victory.
優れている者が勝者になるのではない。勝者には魔法が与えられ優れるのだ。わかるか？生命の奇跡が数億分の1という神々しい確率に勝利するからこそ与えられるようにな。お前には少し難しいか。
申し訳ございません。
よい。つまりはこういうことだ。ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎を解いた者には私が築き上げてきた全てを与えよう。富、名誉、黄金、そして後宮家の家督。私が築き上げてきた全てだ。その謎に挑む資格があるのは何も私の息子たちだけとは限らぬ。たとえお前であっても、その謎を解けたなら全てを売る資格があるのだ。
So even the servants are in on this.
はい。ですが、僕にはあのような難しい謎は分かりかねます。
無論だ。難解に作った。だがお前も挑め。それが我が魔法の奇跡を呼ぶ糧となる。誰もが挑み誰にも至れなかったらその時はその時。だが奇跡が集い魔法の力が生まれたならその時こそベアトリーチェがよみがえるのだ。
The miracles are gathered?
だからお前も挑め。誰もが挑め。そして我が魔法に力を捧げるのだ。
Bro's doing witchcraft. Yeah, literally. Damn.
わかるな。
はい、努力します。
For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and grabbing onto his head. Huh. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo finally realized this.
もうよい。下がれ。酒棚に菓子の袋があろう。ダチンに持っていくがよい。
Oh, okay. Hey, let's have some candy.
結構です。僕は家具ですから。
Oh my god, this fucking... Yeah, you're a chair.
家具は菓子など食わぬか。道理だな。ならばもう下がれ。
はい。失礼いたします。
Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door was closed, a heavy locking noise resounded. Damn. But that was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to lock himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. The only ones he could trust now were not the sons who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Why did they do that? I don't know, the table.
Nanjo sensei. いかがなさいましたか。あ、源氏さん。いや、居場所がなくなりましてな。
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. It seemed that because of that motion, Genji understood what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood that family situation. Must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the parlor, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. but it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
しかし、私にはわかりませんな。どうして金蔵さんはこんな挑発的なものを書かれたのでしょう。
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, at the plate with the epitaph.
私には親方様のお考えは分かりかねます。
Oh, yeah?
深いお考えがあってのこととお察しします。
Yeah.
金蔵さんのチェスは昔から随分と遠大な読みで布石を打たれるものでした。いや、時には理解できない一手さえ。私ごとき凡庸では何を目論まれているのか皆目見当もつきませんな。
私はこれを親方様の何かの遺言状ではないかと考えています。
Kinda. Magic will.
それを理解できた者に財産や家督をお譲りになられようということなのです。
Inheritance, inheritance. Find the witch.
つまり私のようなよそ者に解かれてしまう前に兄弟4人で協力し合って謎を解けということではないかということですな。金蔵さんは息子さんたちのことを口悪く罵ってはいますが、なんとか兄弟が仲を取り戻してほしいと願われているのかもしれません。
Runaway Genji. If, as Nanjo said, this epitaph had been written to repair the relationship between the siblings, how heartwarming that would be. However, Nanjo and Genji both knew this was the one thing that could never be the case. Here were the two who held the longest relationship with Kinzo, more trusted than his blood relatives, and even they could not guess at Kinzo's true motive.
親方様は一族のものでなくとも謎に挑む資格があると常々おっしゃっています。南條先生はいかがですか。
いやいや、この老いぼれには少々難解が過ぎますな。実は以前この碑文を手帳に記しましてな、夜な夜な寝る前に挑んでみたのですが実に難しい。お迎えが来るまでの間ゆっくり楽しむことができそうです。
Yeah, it's a nice little puzzle. Yeah, it's basically just a nice little puzzle. I took it down because it's a nice little puzzle for me to solve when I'm bored.
源氏さんこそいかがですか。
私めは親方様にお仕えする家具に過ぎません。
Right, furniture.
黄金も財産も私には不要なもの。
Well, yeah, but you don't even have, like, you know, a curiosity? A puzzle? Come on, it's a puzzle.
やれやれ、本当に謙虚な方です。だからこそ金蔵さんもあなたには心を許されるのでしょう。
ならば光栄なことです。
Kinzo's Jonathan Blow. Damn, for real. As Nenjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph.
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川、黄金鏡を目指す者よ、これを下りて鍵を探せ。
That which is written on the epitaph of the portrait of my beloved witch Beatrice is as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There, the key to the Golden Land sleeps. Oh, it's died again. Back. God, this is streaming. At least it only lasts like a very small amount of seconds, but still it sucks. And I usually have to manually restart it. And there the key to the Golden Land sleeps. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. Sacrifice the 6? On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the golden land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed. And one for the witch to eternally rest. Huh. Rest in peace, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Oh. Oh. Now it's 3. Oh. No. I don't care. No. Why are we here?
第10の晩に旅は終わり。
Okay, they're discussing the epitaph.
黄金鏡に至るだろう。か。しかしマリアは豆だな。ちゃんとメモしてるとは偉いぜ。
マリアは忘れっぽいからちゃんと書く。
あ、少し前。
ママに言われたからちゃんと書く。
Aww. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around. Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were all able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while here on this beach. For Jessica and the others, this was a puzzle that they had already tried to solve several times and had already gotten bored with. But it was a first for me, and I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my male sense of romance.
まず1行目。懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川か。じいさまの故郷ってどこだっけ？
戦前の後宮家は小田原のあたりに屋敷を構えてたって聞いたぜ。で、となりゃ小田原に流れてる鮎の泳ぐ川に関心がいくわけだろ？
まずはその川が起点になるからな。んで、黄金鏡を目指す者はそいつを下って鍵を探せとあるわけだ。小田原にある川ってなんだ？鮎が泳ぐ川だぜ。
小田原で鮎って言ったら早川だろうね。渓流釣りで有名だよ。
マリア魚嫌い。
ステンキ。
マリアももう少し大きくなったらわかるぜ。鮎の塩焼きをベロベロベロってな。うまいぜ。さっき飯食ったばっかりだってのにもう腹が減ってきちまうぜ。
Jesus Christ。
ビスケットでもお持ちしましょうか？
悪い悪い。そんなつもりで言ったんじゃないぜ。気にすんな。
Shannon-chan, who didn't have any afternoon chores for a while, was faithfully keeping us company. I would have thought that as a servant accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but it seems that it wasn't so in her case. To the contrary, it seemed she was having fun joining in on the conversation with people of a similar age. When I asked, she told me she was a live-in worker. So normally, the only person close in age to her was Jessica. I get it, that must be pretty wearisome.
さて、小田原で鮎の川って言えば早川だってことは分かった。となりゃ下るしかねえよな。早川を下ると何があるんだろうな。
下流に出て海に出ると思います。
Oh, added Maria to chapter 5. Oh my god, of course he did. Is there a character that just oohs a lot?
そうさ、河口部に出る。そして碑文の3行目には川を下ればやがて里ありとあるな。ちなみにそういう河口部は大抵大昔から輸送の要衝になってて大きな都市があるもんさ。ここが次のチェックポイントだな。
うんうんなかなかいい筋だね。
Oh wait, the beach is the... Okay.
バトラ君の想像通り、そこは大昔にとても栄えたことだよ。小田原城があるところだね。
あ、修学旅行で小田原城に行った気がします。素敵なお城でしたよ。
ああ、私も小田原城だったぜ。洋館に住んでてなんだが、やっぱり日本人は和風の方が落ち着くよな。
おお、マリアお城退屈。遊園地がいい。
そうかそうか。よしよし。黄金を見つけたら、このバトラ様が気前よく遊園地を一日借り切って遊ばせてやるぜ。しかし小田原城とはな。小田原城の隠し黄金。お？こりゃなんだかいかにもって感じだよな。
まあ2年前の私たちもそこまでは行き着いたぜ。小田原で鮎の泳ぐ川を下った里、そこが多分小田原城あたりだろうってところまでは私たちも行き着いたさ。問題は次の行だろう。さてバトラの鎮推理はどこまで行けるか見ものだぜ。
Jessica grinned broadly. Was like she was saying that if the puzzle could be solved so easily, she would have found it long ago. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it all for myself.
4行目。その里にて二人が口にし岸を探れ。
The two speak of. Who the fuck are the two? Like that's the simple question.
二人ってのが何のことかわからねえが、とにかく岸だな。
I mean, that's the critical part, though. You need the two. The two are a fundamental part of the fucking entire thing.
で、岸ってなんだよ。岸って名前がつく地名でもあるのかな。
Interesting. Oh my god.
蘇我岸という地名が小田原にあるんだそうですよ。
Oh.
おお、詳しいな。ってことはなんだよ。シャノンちゃんも黄金を狙って謎解きに挑戦してるんだな。となりゃ俺たちはライバルだぜ。
別に黄金なんて興味は。ただ以前にジョージ様から教えてもらっただけで。
2年前の私たちも同じ推理に行き着いたってわけさ。わざわざ地図を広げて調べたんだぜ。
小田原城の北に5キロくらいだったかな。そこには確かに蘇我岸という地名があるよ。でもそこからがわからないんだ。次の5行目にはその土地のどこに鍵があるかは記してない。マリアちゃん、読んでくれるかい？
そこに黄金鏡への鍵が眠る。
Oh, she's so cute. Aw. I can't wait for nothing bad to ever happen to her.
読めた。
蘇我岸ったって広いだろうし、かつてそこに後宮家の家があったわけでもない。
Yeah. Also, the entire thing is a bit of a fuck. Like, what? You have to kill a bunch of people, then you kill a bunch of people, then you kill and gouge, then you kill and gouge, then you kill and gouge. What?
その広大な土地のどこかに鍵が隠されてて、ノーヒントってんじゃ。こいつはお手上げってわけだぜ。
Najma would love it. Oh yeah. I was thinking, what are you? Oh yeah, he would love it. Just kill everyone, butcher everyone. And then the witch appears and he's like,
確かにな。鍵が手に入らないことには、そ
Man,
の先の行に進めないぜ。
I miss Yakuza, man. Maybe I should continue pirate Yakuza. I miss Majima.
ジョージ兄貴、蘇我岸ってのはどんなとこなんだ？
I don't miss it enough to play the sex offender game, but you know, I do miss it.
さあね、行ったことはないからわからないけど、地図によると山の中みたいだよ。 確か浅間山の山麓みたいだったね。
なんだかパッとしねえな。宝のありかを隠した謎ってのはもっとぴったりとハマるもんじゃねえのかよ。
Oh, Kiwami 3 was outsourced? Man, fucking... Why would you... God damn it. Yokoyama, what the fuck are you doing, man?
どうも蘇我騎士ってのがそもそも間違いって気がするぜ。
私は蘇我騎士を疑ってるぜ。
Well, I guess it's fine actually for a remake. Because you don't need like strict art direction and so on. You could just be like, remake it so it's better. But also, we have ideas. What if you do this? But if it's completely outsourced, then...
私たちが知らないだけで、例えば、じいさまの子供時代を過ごした家とかがあるかもしれないだろ。一行目に、懐かしき故郷をって行があるくらいだもんな。シャノンは、じいさまによく酒とか継がされてたろ？
Insert disc 2 thing? I don't remember it too well, but I think I at the very least found it interesting. It was in Act 5. Yeah, the most I can get is that I found it interesting, but I don't fully understand. Is it related to the scratch? It's probably before the scratch. Yeah, I think it's definitely before the scratch. But I don't know. I don't remember the context exactly.
昔話とか聞かされたことないのか？
親方様は昔の話はほとんどされません。ただ、後宮家が滅びかけた関東大震災について非常に人事のように話されることがありましたので、関東地方よりずっと遠方にお住まいだったかもしれません。
Oh, right. Yeah. I thought it was cool. It's not exactly too memorable, but it was cool. At least I don't remember it much. I remember it happening, but I don't remember it much else.
後宮本家は小田原に住んでたかもしれないけど、分家はその限りじゃなかったので。
I do like the duck scratch stuff. What's your opinion on Toho? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I suck at bullet hells, but it is interesting. I remember for the longest time I had no idea what the fuck it was. I was like, is it a game? Is it a series? Is it a cop? What the fuck is it? I couldn't figure it out. The same thing happened with Homestuck, where I was like, is it a game? What is it? So, but yeah. But once I found out more about it, it is interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sure, yeah. You know, Homestuck, the thing Toby Fox worked on, and Toho, the thing that he evidently has quite a bit of inspiration from. Irrelevant, completely.
おじいさまはよく自分のことを分家も分家、後継ぎに最も縁遠かったと言われるくらいだからね。
ってことはつまり懐かしき故郷ってのがすでに小田原じゃない可能性もあるってことだな。
Bro, I'm gonna be fucking real. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, am I getting to the evening portion in this stream?
じいさまの故郷なんて聞いたこともないぜ。聞いても素直に教えちゃくれねえだろうしよ。
懐かしき故郷というのが後宮家のルーツを指さないのであれば、小田原説は初めから間違ってることになっちゃうね。もちろん蘇我騎士の疑いが晴れたわけじゃないけれども、例えば幼少の頃を小田原で過ごし、その後遠方へ引っ越した可能性もあるだろうし。
I will say I didn't completely run out of weed. I do have like a couple of doses left, but no, they're the last ones. And of course, yeah, it's here with me. So who knows? We'll see where the stream goes.
おお、さっきから何の話かわかんない。おお。
Maria had been completely left out of the conversation as she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom. You're not the fucking only one.
つまりだな。 黄金すごろくの最初のスタート地点が決まらないことには、何も始まらないってことだぜ。ん？いや待てよ。最初の5行で見つかるのは鍵だろ？
Is there an auto? Like, is there an auto where I can just have it auto scroll? A?
鍵なんてなくても、扉はぶち壊して入ることだってできるはずだぜ。とりあえず最初の5行をすっ飛ばして、その先の推理に入ってもいいんじゃねえか？
おお、その発想はなかったぜ。
What?
まあいいや、どうせ暇つぶしなんだ。
What did I miss? What the fuck? The plan. If the first one lands on the screen, right? You can enter the door even without a key, but just by busting right through it. So you may just throw away the first 5 lines, start figuring out the rest. I mean, it's a fucking riddle, man. I don't think But hey, that kind of... Oh, flipping the chessboard. This is the inductive reasoning coming into play. I know this from Of Le Devil.
続きを聞かせろよ、バト。
でも、その先からは急に物騒になるんですよね。
Yeah, then it starts talking about killing everything. Shannon Chan frowns slightly. After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there. Alright, yeah, I agree.
第1の番に鍵の選び師6人を生贄に捧げよ
う。Yeah, so you kind of need the key.
いきなり物騒になるな。
第2の番には寄り添う2人を引き裂けときたもんだ。
The two who are close.
恋仲を破談させるのか。
It might be more violent than that.
文字通り引き裂くという意味なのか。
Probably that, yeah.
わかりかねるけど、どっちにせよ気持ちの悪い話だぜ。
Yeah.
その第2の番の解釈を別にしても、第1の番に6人。
Yeah, like on the first Twilight you've already killed 6 people. Like
第4の番から第8の番までで5人。少なく見積もっても11人が生贄にされなきゃならない。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. But if you count only the family, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, なるほど。魔女復活のための生贄か。そういう解釈にもなるな。その結果、第9の番に魔女が蘇って、最後は極めつけだな。
第9の番に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
Yeah, so great.
結局はみんな死んでしまいます。
Yep, everyone's dead.
それでようやく次の第10の番にゴールってことになってんな。みんな死んじまうのに黄金鏡へ至るだろうって言われても。
Well, clearly, the Golden Land is for dead people. So.
鍵を手に旅に出た当人も生き残れないに含めるのかどうかは解釈の分かれるところだね。
しかしよ、最後のところには面白いことが書いてあるぜ。ゴールした後、魔女からもらえる4つの宝の行だよ。一つは全ての、問題は次だ。全ての死者の魂を蘇らせるとあるぜ。みんな死んじまったっていうのとかけてるような気がしねえか。
Yeah.
それを言われれば、次の失った愛すらも蘇らせるという部分は、第2の番の寄り添いし2人を引き裂けにかけているようにも見えますね。
It could be that, but I was also reading it as like the love you possess, like your emotion. Because if you had to sacrifice everyone and butcher everyone to death, you're probably fucked. You're probably a bit mentally fucked once you reach this point. Like
そうだね。そして4つ目も第9の番にかけてある。第9の番に蘇った魔女を4つ目の宝が再び眠りにつかせている。
好意的に解釈すりゃ死んだり別れさせたりと忙しいが最後には全部チャラになるわけだな。
So is this UMINEKO? Is this basically UMINEKO right here? Oh yeah, we're gonna see a lot of people die, but by the end everyone's gonna be revived. Unless you fuck up the puzzle, in which case everyone remains dead. RIP.
目覚めた魔女も再び眠るし手元にはたっぷりの黄金だけが残るって寸法だぜ。
死んだり蘇らせたり別れさせたりくっつかせたりと魔女様はお忙しいこったな。
ついでに起きたり眠ったりな。
Actually, it's a soap opera. Yeah, you know, same thing. They're not mutually exclusive.
やれやれ。せっかくの隠し黄金の話も魔女の話が絡んじまうと急にうさんくさくなっちまうぜ。
Yeah.
違いないな。
Solve the puzzle and then kill everyone. It did. Oh. I laughed along with Jessica. After all, a witch was just ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in witches, got angry.
魔女はすごい。魔法で何でもできる。殺すことも生き返らせることも愛を与えることも奪うことも空も飛べるし姿を透明にできるし黄金もパンも生み出せる。いけね。悪い悪い。冗談だよ。
Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. She grabbed her notebook out of my hands and, opening to the other pages, tried to prove that witches existed. Those pages had colored illustrations of witches drawn on them, and conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches well. They were not depicted as the normal sinister, crooked-nosed hags flying around on brooms, but as dreamlike people with mysterious powers who could do anything and wore beautiful dresses. Just what you would expect from an imaginative young girl. Dancing through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with magical teacups and teapots that would never get empty no matter how much you poured out of them. With a flourish of their wands, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produced sweets would bud by the roadside. Damn, okay. To Maria, witches were the sole thing that could give form to the magical dreams that so captivated her. The last thing enriching her reality, which revealed more and more of its bland nature to her with every inch she grew. That was why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream to be insulted. And for that very reason, nor did she want the epitaph, which affirmed the existence of witches, to be insulted. Yeah, but I mean, it does get dark though, because the witch Beatrice is Maria's dream.
マリアちゃんにとってはこれは黄金の隠し場所を示すものじゃなくて魔女を蘇らせるための魔法なんだって。
So it was the single bridge between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung onto Georgianiki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like last time she got mad in front of the portrait. Maria didn't want to be easily consoled. As Jessica and I hung our heads, wondering what we could do, Shen timidly opened her mouth in our place.
マリア様、ご存知ですか？私たち使用人の間では、ベアトリーチェ様の怪談が語り継がれているんですよ。
そうだったっけ？シャドン、聞かせてやれよ。私は知らないんだけど、使用人の間じゃかなり有名な話らしいぜ。
何の話だ？怪談？
うん。僕たちが生まれる前からある話らしいね。
And this time don't make fun of it.
母さんにも話を聞かされたことがあるよ。
はい、この島にお屋敷が建てられてからずっと語り継がれている話です。当時の使用人たちはお屋敷には昼と夜で違う主がいると囁き合っていたそうです。
The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then inevitably the witch was going to pay the mansion a visit. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉や鍵がもう一度見回りに来たら開いていたとか。
Oh my god, it's the witch.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり。
Oh my god, witch ghost.
つけたはずの明かりが消えていたり。
Oh my god, ghost witch.
置いたはずのものがなくなっていたり。
Ghost ghost.
置いた覚えのないものが置かれていたり。
Witch witch.
そういうことがあるたびに、古い使用人たちは魔女が姿を消してお屋敷を訪れ、いたずらをしていったのだろうとささやき合ったそうです。
What a funny fucking prankster.
ほらいる。ベアトリーチェはいる。
Yeah, we were not saying she didn't exist. We were just, you know, you have to kill like 11 people.
なあ、いるよな。私も昔よく登校の時に限ってカバンが見つからなかったりしたもんだぜ。
Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh-ooh as though this was the final proof that the witch existed. If I said it out loud, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't, but... I mean, you hear that kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, it might be blamed on fairies or something. It's just that on this island they call it the witch. Of course, you would expect that walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie. Eerie.
他にも鬼火や輝く蝶々が舞っているのを見たという使用人も。
One of my favorite jokes will always be to make bullshit connections that are just conspiratorial. Just it's always one of my favorites to rely on. I just make it because I love making connections. But I also know when I make a connection and it seems like bullshit, so I just play it up like, Kitty? Eerie? Is Kitty the witch?
カノン君もそれらしいものを以前夜の周りの時に見たことがあると言ってました。
That's beautiful.
あと最近ではお屋敷の中で深夜に不思議な足音をよく聞くと使用人の間で話題です。私たちは肖像画の中のベアトリーチェ様が姿を消してお屋敷の中を散歩しているんだろうとずいぶん前ですが、私もそうかもしれない足音を夜の見回りの時に聞いたことがあります。
I don't know how to auto works with narration.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。ベアトリーチェ様は親方様とは異なるもう一人のお屋敷の主です。だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば決して悪いことはしないのだそうです。
ただし敬意を持たないと恐ろしいんだったね。
I mean, I have seen like some random clips from UMINEKO, and Beatrice the witch does not strike me as like, oh, she's nice, but if you don't respect her, she'll be mad. She strikes me as she's a fucking wretched goblin. That's what she strikes me as, from what I've seen in clips. She just laughs and says, ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Like, does she? I don't fucking know. She does laugh though a lot. Limbus is literally based on the Bible and World War II. I mean, can I fucking blame you? Like, the whole thing is like is using like agnosticism. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me just fucking Keter group. Fuck off. No. No, the fucking. What? I don't care about some fucking Israeli company. Yeah, the Kabbalah. I mean, that's not the Bible, but you know. But you know, whatever. It could be a mix, to be fair. I mean, considering the Abrahamic religions, You got the Kabbalah, you probably have some Christian elements, you probably have some Islam elements. Muslim, yeah. Adam Kadmon. Divine primordial man, also, yeah. Okay. First of 4 worlds that came into being after the contraction of God's infinite light. Kabbalah. Yeah, that's what I said. Eventually, I said it, but yeah. It's Abrahamic. Adam Kadmon is Gregor? But there's more than 11 sinners. So what are the remaining sinners? Or sinner, I guess, because I think there's only 13? Yeah. I mean, yeah, them being apostles is very kind of obvious. Dante and Roja. Yeah, I mean, like, there's Dante and there are 12 apostles, basically, so... Yeah, that makes sense. Why do you think this is Gregor? Gnosticism. Son of God. Why not crown Gregor and Rudja specifically? Though. Dot. Dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, the fucking tree doesn't. Jesus Christ, I can't even find that. Yeah, why is he Adam Kadmon, though? Oh, okay. 69.
はい。私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて腰に大怪我をして辞めた方はベアトリーチェ様のことを悪く言っていたそうです。
Oh no.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れたのだろうと噂し合ったそうです。
And the adults were all basically making fun of the witch and using her for their own ploys, so I don't know if they have a good ending coming their way.
バトラとジェシカ、きっとお怒りに触れる。
No!
わあ、悪かったぜ。お怒りに触れちゃたまるねえ。謝るよ、マリア。もちろん、魔女様にも謝るぜ。ベアトリーチェ様、ごめんなさい。よそ者のザレ言と思って勘弁してやってください。
私も謝るぜ、ベアトリーチェ様。これで魔女様、私たちを許してくれるかな。
How does witch forgiveness work? Well, if I was the witch, I'd like a cookie.
わかんない。魔女は気まぐれだから、許してくれるときは許してくれるし、許さないときは許さない。
それは困ったね。マリアちゃん、バトラ君とジェシカちゃんがベアトリーチェ様のお怒りに触れないようにする。いいおまじないとかないかな。
They do so much. It's a bit ridiculous how much they fucking put. By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. I was once again forced to admire his ability to comfort children. After crossing her arms and pondering seriously as to whether there was some charm capable of protecting Jessica and myself from the witch's wrath, Maria began flipping through the pages of her handbook. I had thought it was just a simple scribbled diary, but it turned out that there were also many pages that looked like they had come from a book on black magic. Whoa. She was intently comparing several such pages onto which she had copied what looked like magic circles. It looks like that black magic hobby wasn't limited to grandfather alone. Perhaps she had finished her research. She vigorously closed the notebook with a snap, threw it in her handbag, and began fishing through the bag's contents. It seemed that various jumbled up things were in there. For a while, she continued to take out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to her, and repeatedly throw them back in, saying they were wrong. She looked a little humorous, almost like Santa Claus deliberating over which present to give. Finally, it seemed that she had excavated what she was looking for. With a face unimaginably brighter than the difficult expression she had worn until now, she stuck them out to Jessica and me. As I reached out to grab it, I noticed that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary, with a scorpion motif medal attached. I mean, you often find cheap accessories that correspond to the constellations. Felt like a gift that you might win in the crane game at an arcade. It really looked like something like that. There were two, probably one for me and one for Jessica. However, considering the odd fact that there were two of them, they looked like cheap manufactured goods, and it was quite hard to think of them as magical items.
これを私とバトラに？
このお守りならベアタリーチェも大丈夫。サソリは魔除けの力があるから。
Oh.
そうなのか？サソリにそんな力がねえ。
バトラが信じない。
No! That's no! I had inflamed Maria again because I said too much. Maria took out her notebook and turned and pointed to page after page, going on and on about how the scorpion had holy power and had been drawn on magic-repelling magic circles since ancient times.
他の使用人の子から聞いたことがあります。
Scorpions repel magic or something. Scorpions repel magic or something. There you go.
サソリって魔術では魔除けのシンボルとして描かれることもあるんだとか。
へえ、そうなのか。
サソリは悪い魔法や最悪から守ってくれる。そしてエメラルドは心に平和をもたらしてくれる。だから二重で効果がある。
Also emeralds. Wait. Bring peace to the heart. Yeah.
本当だ。サソリがエメラルドを抱いて守ってるね。なるほど。これはご利益がありそうだよ。
I really wanted to make fun of this worthless looking charm. I would not have the heart to. Not in front of Maria. As I watched Maria explain the charm with all her heart and realized that she had prepared them out of consideration for us, felt as though, even if it were just a prize from a game center, it would still be beneficial. Material quality isn't what's important about charms, it's the strength of the feelings behind them. I'd like to think I have enough respect for myself not to make fun of those.
そっか。ありがとな。ベアトリーチェ様には謝ったけどよ。万が一たたりがある時でも、マリアのこのお守りのおかげで安心だぜ。な、ジェシカ。
ああ、そうだぜ。ありがとうな、マリア。
Read Leviathan before count to 6. It's very Leviathan? Oh, the comic. Really? Huh. Okay.
心に平安が欲しいときは腕につける。お財布に入れるとお金が減らなくなる。ドアノブにかけておくと悪いものが入ってこられなくなる。
Oh.
便利なお守り。
Oh.
それはすごい効能ですね。マリア様が自信を持って進めるお守りならきっと頼もしいものと思います。
As Shen and Chen tapped their hands together lightly, Maria stuck out her chest. She was completely cheered up again. If it would keep her in this good a mood, it'd probably be worth it to let Maria lead the discussion for a while longer. When you think about it, she hadn't shared in her excitement when we talked about the gold's hidden locations, so I think she had gotten a little bored. While eating the cookies, Kumasawa sounded baked. Jessica and I had asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. For each one, Georgianiki and Shannon-chan would act surprised and agree with everything she said. The color of the clouds in the sky grew progressively heavier, but the cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after 1 year of separation. Oh my god, the storm. The storm would begin.
今、額にポタって来なかったかい?
Oh no, beach over? Beach over?
どうだろうな.
As Georgianiki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, raindrops could have easily have started falling down at any moment. So it's like the wind has gotten a little stronger.
Maria, potato 来ない.
Potato?
Maria だけ来ない.
That's because you're protected from the rain. Because of your magic powers.
安心しろ。俺にも来ねえぜ。それに今夜になれば、誰にも等しく大雨が降るだろうよ。
そうだね。そろそろ引き上げた方がいいかな。
Shannon-chan looked down at her watch. It may already be well into the evening.
もう仕事に戻る時間かよ。
はい。皆様と一緒で楽しい時間を過ごさせていただきました。ありがとうございました。
熊沢さんにクッキーをごちそうさまって伝えてね。さあみんな、片付けを手伝おう。
Shannon-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job, but picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up. Dude loves helping waitresses.
そいつは逃がさないぜ。マリアより先にいただきだ。
マリアが拾う。
Aww.
マリア、靴を濡らすなよ。怒られるぜ。
To Maria, chasing after some trash that the strong winds have sent flying was just like an extension of our playtime. By the time we finished cleaning up, the wind had started blowing very strongly. There was a good chance to head back.
皆様のおかげで助かりました。ありがとうございました。
もう本当に時間がないみたいだね。先に戻っていいよ。
Georgianiki perceived from her hearty appearance that very little of her free time was left.
源氏さん、時間には厳しい人だからな。定時に持ち場についてないと厳しそうだぜ。
Yeah.
また後でね。お仕事頑張ってね。
はい。それでは失礼させていただきます。
After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan hurried off in the direction of the rose garden.
じゃ、俺たちもゲストハウスへ戻ろうぜ。テレビでも見てくつろがせてもらうさい。
テレビ見る。テレビ見る。
She loved television.
なら決まりだな。戻ってみんなで一緒にテレビでも見ようぜ。
Even Maria, who was still not tired of playing, agreed when she thought about watching TV. We headed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. Whoa, this place looks not as fun. The wind had become very strong and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. Tonight's typhoon is sure to ruin them.
バラ、今夜の風でやられちまうかもしれないな。
そうだな。バラたちもラッキーだったと思うぜ。台風の前にバトラたちを歓迎できたんだからよ。
They didn't work on like a covering for them?
花はいつか必ず散る。
Yeah. And everyone must die.
でも、だからこそ咲き誇る今をめでることができるんじゃないかな。
そうだな。マリアもよく目に焼き付けとけ。今この瞬間が今年で一番のバラなんだぜ。
目に焼き付ける。
Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she had remembered something.
マリアのバラ、台風で飛ばされちゃう。
You have a rose? Oh no.
ああ、ジョージの兄貴に目印のリボンをつけてもらった。
It seemed that Maria remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. The rest of us followed her. Is it not there?
あれはどこだったっけな。
Oh no.
確かこの辺だったと思ったぜ。
We searched everywhere in the area, but after all, there was only a single flower amongst all these roses. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, it wasn't proving easy to find. The winds that made up the front lines of the typhoon were making the roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find.
ここじゃなかったかな。少し手分けをして探してみようか。
そうだな。人海戦術で行こうぜ。なんだよ、マリア。
As we made up the split in search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. It felt like her intention was to stop us from going to another place.
なんだよ、どうした？
マリアのバラはここなの。ここにあるの。
でも現にないぜ。
Jessica!
この花壇の裏側だったかもな。
If Maria says it's here, it's here. Let's just go with
みんな
that.
で探せば早いぜ。
ここなの。マリアのバラはここなの。探して。
Maria stumped her feet in irritation. She was pointing at the spot, saying it was definitely there, yet it actually wasn't. And yet if we went to go search elsewhere, she got mad. We were at a loss for what to do. For a while we would have to stay with Maria and pretend to search through this rose thicket. Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. What do you mean, oh man, this one? What do you mean? Mia became increasingly ill-tempered.
マリアがすっかり機嫌を損ねちまったぞ。
マリアはたまにすごくどうでもいいことを気にし始めちゃうんだよ。それがどうにかなるときはいいんだけど。
ないものは探せないしね。困ったな。
Just as we were starting to despair for a way out of the situation, Maria shouted out loudly. In the direction she was waving her hand, Auntie Rosa's figure was visible. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came, or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Auntie Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed their daughter's voice and came over.
あらあら、どうしたのみんな。何か探し物なの？
探して。ママもマリアのバラを探して。
マリアのバラって？
この辺に元気のないバラを一つ見つけて、それに目印をつけたんです。
飴玉かなんかの包み紙でキュッと。しかしマリア、確か俺の記憶が正しけりゃすぐ手前の目立つところに生えてたはずだぜ。足が生えてどこかに行っちまったんじゃなきゃ他の場所だったと思うぜ。マリアの記憶違いじゃないのか？
ここなの。
Why is she so insistent? Fucking, I mean, it's not though, is it?
その言うのをやめなさいって何度言ったらわかるの？ママも探してあげるから静かにしなさい。
I was a little surprised to see Auntie Rosa, who I'd only ever seen as gentle, get angry. She had a very bad time with Kraus. So she doesn't have the temperament to deal with Maria's bullshit. I'm guessing. Auntie Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being, but we were already more than sure that it wasn't around here. And so Auntie Rosa also realized very quickly that it wasn't here.
ここにはそのバラはないわよ。他の場所の間違いじゃない。これだけたくさんのバラがあるんだから。
Oh no.
違うの。ここにあるの。ママも信じてくれない。
Oh no, oh no. No, I feel like I know what's gonna happen.
ちゃんと信じて探してるでしょ。でもないじゃない。
でもここなの。ここにあるのにないの。
It is here, but it isn't.
じゃあ誰かが抜いちゃったんでしょ。とにかくその言うのやめなさい。
マリアのバラ抜いたの誰？抜いた。返して返して。
Ooh, I don't like this.
そんなの知らないわよ。やめなさい。その言うのやめなさい。
Yeah. Auntie Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. For that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only for an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected before it could be fulfilled, she started yelling with an increasingly louder voice. Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. Ooh, it keeps going, huh? This time she didn't go silent. She choked as she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly louder voice. Auntie Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up.
Rosa おばさん、小さい子供のことですし、そんなマジになんなくても。
I attempted to intervene with a forced smile and my hands clasped together, but the deadly serious look I was thrown by Auntie Rosa taught me quickly that I shouldn't butt in.
ごめんね。バトラ君たちはちょっとお部屋に戻っててくれる？おばさんはマリアとちょっと話があるの。
誰もマリアのバラを信じてくれない。ここにあったのに。探してここなの、ここにあったの。
でもないじゃない。なら他の場所の勘違いでしょ。
Hey, Battler, could you walk away, please? I don't like this. I don't like this. Battler?
絶対にここなの。
じゃあなくなっちゃったのよ。諦めなさい。
どうしてマリアのバラがなくなっちゃうの？どうして
知らないわよ、そんなの。だからその言うのをやめなさい。
Jesus fucking Christ. Auntie Rosa once again raised her hand and, overrun by emotion, slapped Maria's cheek. It was so strong it knocked Maria over.
ローザおばさん、いくら娘でも暴力はいけねっすよ。
I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground, crying ooh ooh. I know that problems between parent and child are none of my business as an outsider, but I wasn't brought up to just silently observe something like that. That's also fair, actually. That's also fair. One might argue that I'm being a coward.
バトラ君は変に思わないの？あなたの学校にうなってる女の子なんている？
いや、まあさすがに高校には。でも小学生ならそういう言うのも可愛いじゃないですか。
可愛い？言うのが可愛い？可愛いって？
It seemed that my reckless words had brought Auntie Rosa's wrath down upon me. She gripped my collar with a terrifying expression.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。マリアがいくつか知ってる？9歳よ。小学4年生なのよ。幼稚園児じゃないのよ。それなのにまだクラスで言ってるのよ。わかる？この子クラスでなんて言っていじめられてるか知ってるの？この変な口癖のせいで未だに友達の一人もいないのよ。無責任にマリアのこと可愛いとか言って現実から目をそらさないで。この子の将来のことをもっともっと真剣に考えて。
Jesus Christ. Oh boy, the game really got uncomfortable really quickly, huh? Oh no, stop! Fucking Christ, Rosa! Gee fucking Christ! I tried to stop her, but she thrust me away. My back collided with Georgianiki.
昔はローザおばさんもマリアちゃんの幼児言葉の一つだくらいにしか思わなかったんだけど。
Fuck, man. Fuck.
小学校の中学年になっても治らないのを最近はだいぶ気にしてて。
別にどういう言葉遣いをしようと関係。
そのまま社会人にはなれないよ。
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, the game is gonna get so much worse, baby.
だから見ていて気持ちのいい光景ではないけれど、これはおばさんたちを
まあ私もこの言葉遣いのせいでよくお袋に怒られるけどよ。
If you look at it that way, maybe an outsider shouldn't interfere with this, even though it's painful to watch. But, like, beating your fucking 9-year-old is not the way to go about it. Did you know that beating your children never works? Like, I'm gonna be fucking serious. All that does is foster, like, like resentment. Why the fuck would that work? Maybe as a last resort, but at this... Oh, I don't know how to be a fucking parent, so I can't really say, but Jesus Christ.
バトラ君だって小さい頃悪い癖が治らなくて怒られたことがあったんじゃないかい？
まあ一つや二つは。
Jesus Christ. Oh, is it? Oh.
授業参観の日に人前でずっと怒られてた時は恥ずかしくてたまらなかったぜ。
じゃあ今のマリアちゃんたちの気持ちは僕たちにここにいてほしいとは思わないんじゃないかな。ジェシカちゃんにもわかるよね。
怒られてるところを誰かに見られてとは思わないぜ。
Yeah.
行こう。ゲストハウスへ戻ろう。そしてマリアちゃんが戻ってきたら何事もなかったかのように迎えてあげようよ。それが一番じゃないかい。
Yeah. I don't know what else you could do. We thought that Georgianiki's point was probably correct, and if we could use that correct sounding reason to justify a retreat from this painful scene, that would probably be enough for us. Jessica and I nodded at Georgianiki and we all left. Called towards Maria that we were going to head to the guest house, but since it didn't seem to reach her ears, we felt guilty and shameless even saying it.
それなら好きなだけ一人で探しなさい。ママは知りません。
探す。マリアが一人で探す。ママが知らなくても探す。
勝手にしなさい。
After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold, hurtful gesture, but from Rosa's perspective that was not her intention. It was because the hand which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, only Maria was left in the rose garden, all alone. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place. Not until she found that poor, withering rose. It had definitely been there, and yet it wasn't there. Even though she knew the place, and even though this was it wasn't there. Maria, while bitterly staring at the place it was supposed to be, thought frantically, maybe the angle I'm looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly changed her position and continued to stare. The wind was getting increasingly stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. Yeah, it's raining now. Kinzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It had finally started to rain. It had become later than the weather report had predicted. Sorry. Kinzo, as if being summoned by the sound of the rain, approached the window. The sound of the rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence, and makes humans remember that, in the end, they are alone from when they are born to when they die.
遅かったではないか、ベアトリーチェ。
Were those words directed at the rainy sky? No one could be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze.
さあ、始めようではないか。私とお前の奇跡の宴を。今こそ、この島は現世より切り離された。もう誰も私の儀式の邪魔をすることはできぬ。お前にふさわしい生贄は十分にあるぞ。息子たちが4人。
Oh, okay, yeah, so the adults are dying. Okay.
その伴侶が3人。
Wait, 4 of my children, 3 of their companions. Wait, why only 3?
孫たちが4人。
4 of my grandchildren. Oh, even the grandchildren are a part of this.
私に100人。
Oh yeah, Rosa's single. This game has been throwing me for a loop a bit. Oh, everyone. Literally everyone here is gonna okay.
どれでも好きなだけ食らうがいい。運命の鍵は悪魔のルーレットに従い生贄を選ぶであろう。
Demon's Roulette.
そのルーレットが私を選ぶならば、私すらもお前の生贄となろう。
Oh, so they won't all die at once. There's a roulette spinning.
だからこそなのだ。それだけの狂気をかけるからこそ、私は必ずや偉大な奇跡を起こすだろう。さあ、好きなだけ食らうがいい。私はそのルーレットに打ち勝つだろう。さあ、すべてを落すぞ。まずは後ろ宮家の家督を返そう。受け取るがいい。
Oh. As Kinzo violently opened the window, he ripped the golden ring from his finger and forcefully threw it away. At that moment, thunder resounded, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring.
そして、お前が蘇った時、そこにいるのは私であるだろう。私が最後まで生き残り、お前の目覚めを見守るだろう。さあ来たれ、ベアトリーチェ。ようこそ我が宴。私が生み出した全てと引き換えに、私にもう一度だけ奇跡を見せておくれ。おー、ベアトリーチェ。
Is it gonna... Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, so this is where the fuck shit begins, huh? A news sticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the harshly beating raindrops on the window were much more convincing. I don't know, man. I wouldn't call it incredible. I think he might die.
でもこれだけ盛大だとすぐにやみそうな気もするけどな。
そりゃ雨ぜ。台風の速度が遅いそうだから、下手すりゃ明日も丸一日こんな調子らしいぜ。ちょっとの天気でも船は欠航するもんだしよ。
やっぱり日曜日のうちには引き上げられないか。念のため月曜日に外部とのスケジュールを入れなくて正解だったよ。
ってことは月曜の学校はサボれそうだな。
Of course, that's what he cares about. Of course.
島生活ってのも悪くないもんだぜ。そういや、ジェシカは登校って毎日船で通ってるわけだろ。船が欠航したら学校はどうなるんだ？カメハメハ大王並みに 雨が降ったらお休みで、風が吹いたら遅刻してか。
What a reference, King Kamehameha.
船が出なきゃ休みになるぜ。もっともそう甘くはねえけどな。大抵その代わりに自習が指示されて、後でかっちりと見られるから、そうそう気楽でもねえさ。
例えば梅雨なんかの長く天気が崩れる時期だと数日間くらい登校できないこともあるんじゃねえのか。
そういうこともあるぜ。でも毎日きっちり担任から電話がかかってきて、どう自習しろ、何を提出しろと酸っぱく指導されるけどな。
fun.
バトラ君が考えてるほど簡単にはサボれないよ。船で通う人たちのルールに従ってしっかり勉強をしているよ。
むしろ登校できた方が気楽だぜ。自分の部屋じゃ気が散るし、集中もできねえしな。それでいて問題集ばっかり数日もやらされてると、かなり精神的に応えるもんがあるぜ。
Yeah, I can imagine.
大学の時にはよ、寮のあるところに入ってさっさとこんな不便な島はおさらばしたいもんだぜ。
へえ。じゃあよ、ちなみに行きは天気が良くても帰りは悪くて欠航ってなったらどうすんだ。学校に泊まるのか。
そういうのはよくあることだぜ。だから帰島できない人用の宿泊所があってよ。そこに寝泊まりするんだよ。下手すりゃ数日間家に帰れないこともあったりするぜ。
乗車率が 200% を超えるような満員電車で毎日通勤通学しなければならない人から見てみると、
Jesus Christ.
船の通学なんて趣があって良さそうだななんて無責任に思っちゃうけど。
Yeah, actually everyone, every method sucks. There's no such thing as fun.
やっぱりいろいろと苦労があるんだね。
よく無神経な観光客がそういうこと言ってるぜ。私は島の生活なんてもう早く高校出てこんな島とはおさらばしたいぜ。
高校にだって全寮制のところとかあったろうよ。なんでわざわざ新島の学校を選んだんだよ。
私は最初からそれを希望してたぜ。でもおふくろがよ、当主後継ぎとしての修行やらマナーやらがうるさくてよ。
Your mom's a fucking buzzkill.
結局高校も地元になっちまったのさ。こんな島はごめんだぜ。
Jesus.
早く都会で生活したいよ。雨が降ろうが槍が降ろう
This
が、
animation is so funny.
ラフな学校でサンダルを履けば5分足らずでコンビニに行けるような都会に引っ越したいぜ。
もう少しの辛抱だよ。高校卒業まであとちょっとでしょ。
そのちょっとも我慢できねえぜ。
Jessica stretched out and reclined on the sofa. Maybe because now was a bad time slot, there weren't any interesting programs on, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. In the end, Maria had not returned to the cousin's room. She had probably been brought back to the mansion by Auntie Rosa. No, she wasn't. Nah, she wasn't. It had to be pretty boring for Maria all by herself while the adults were having a confusing conversation. We thought we might head over to the mansion to see her, but after all, there was this lousy weather. And there wasn't much time until dinner, so we stayed where we were. Yeah, no, I think Maria might be sacrificed. I'm just having that feeling right now. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered.
お食事の準備が整いました。お屋敷へお越しください。
It was Kanon-kun's voice. He went to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to call us over? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Oh well, maybe sometimes part of a servant's duty is to go against common sense.
なんとなくお腹が空いてきた頃だったしね。
Oh no.
行こうか。
Georgianiki turned off the television and stood up.
俺はとっくにペコペコ。本家の晩餐は毎回凝ってるしな。それに郷田さん、子牛のステーキとか言ってなかったっけ。たまらねえぜ。
親族会議の日は特に豪華になるしな。私だって楽しみだぜ。
As we left the room, Kanon-kun bowed silently and respectfully.
じゃあ行こうぜ。外の振りはだいぶひどいだろう。
はい。お召し物を濡らさぬよう十分ご注意ください。
We'll try our best, but after seeing the three of us out, Kanon-kun peered into the empty room.
マリアス様はいらっしゃいませんか？
一緒じゃないぜ。ローザおばさんと一緒じゃないのかよ。
Rosa, lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, had fallen asleep at some point. She was bearing a burden on her shoulders that the children could never even imagine. Therefore, when she let herself relax, that exhaustion quickly led her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she had received an electric shock.
ありがとう。源氏さんなのね。
When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving to her, she let out a sigh of relief.
起こしてしまいましたか。失礼いたしました。
いえ、いいの。寝るつもりじゃなかったから。今は何時なの
？Asked for the time, Genji checked a pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket.
6時を少し過ぎたところです。
Rosa gave her head a little shake as she realized that, even though it had felt like she had slept for a long time, not much time had actually passed. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that wrapped around her felt very deep.
ありがとう。毛布は結構よ。変な時間に眠っちゃダメね。すっかり時間の感覚が狂っちゃったわ。雨、とうとう降り出したのね。
Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain that had started falling.
風もだいぶ出てるよね。
So, when is she gonna remember about Maria? Because,
いよいよ台風なのかしら。
そのようにテレビでは申しております。遅い台風だそうで、明日いっぱいはこんな調子だそうです。
I wonder how Maria's feeling right now.
そう。この素敵なバラ庭園も日中のあれが見納めだったのね。
Wonderful Rose Garden. There was something there you left behind. From the window, what she could see of the Rose Garden was completely blurred by the wind and rain.
マリア。そうだ。マリアは？
私はお見かけしておりませんが。ゲストハウスにお戻りではないでしょうか。
Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, and a chill ran up her back. Maria was stupidly straightforward to the point that stupidly could be repeated 7 times. And if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever. Even if rain was pouring down.
違うわ。いとこの子たちは先に行ってしまったから、あそこあの子は誰かにもうやめろと言われない限り、たとえ槍が降ってこようとあそこに居続けるわ。
I do pity Rosa. Like I will say, that shit was way out of fucking line. Like Jesus Christ, and like she did completely fuck up as a parent. I'm sorry. At the same time, like, yeah, it's not like she was just an asshole. She was just basically... She had this big threat on her life, kinda, economically. And the one thing that was gonna save her kinda exploded. So... She was freaking the fuck out, evidently. And as she was heading home, she was interrupted by this, and she didn't really have time to compose herself or anything, so... Still... Jesus fucking Christ, but you know.
傘もささずに。私は感情に任せてなんてことを。
Yeah. As her mother, she had known about Maria's foolish straightforwardness better than anyone, yet she had once again lost control of her emotions and done such a horrible thing. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hallway. The outside really looked like a typhoon and was pouring down magnificently. Maybe because of some figure of the terrain, the winds were not as strong as a typhoon, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it was enough to call it a storm. There was no time to admire the roses being soaked by the rain.
とりあえず今はマリアが気になるぜ。まさかあの後もずっと一人でへそ曲げてあそこでバラ探しをしてるなんてことはないよな。
そうだね。さすがにこの雨じゃと思いたいところだけど、マリアちゃんはたまにすごく頑固でものすごく愚直な時がある。
We hadn't worried much, thinking that Auntie Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, it was concerning that Kanan-kun had thought that Maria was here when he came from the mansion to call us.
お屋敷ではお見かけしませんでしたので、てっきりこちらにおられるとばかり。ローザ様は仮眠を取られておいででしたので。
ここに来る途中に見かけなかったのかよ。
Oh fuck, right! Kanan didn't even see her in the field!
申し訳ございません。傘を差し。
Oh, okay. We still have a chance. Got it.
そこまでの注意を払いませんでした。
If he had cut through the rose garden on the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have missed the place where Maria had been looking for a rose by a little. And it was raining this hard too. There was a good chance that Kanan-kun had failed to notice her.
ここで議論するより直接確かめる方が早いさ。兄貴、ちょいとかけっこと行こうじゃねえかよ。
6年成長したから僕に勝てるつもりかい？よし、決着をつけようじゃないか。行こう。
George, Anike, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanan-kun followed us.
ローザおばさんだ。おばさん。
When George Anike called back, Auntie Rosa flew at him in what almost amounted to a tackle.
マリアはどこ？ジョージ君たちと一緒じゃないの？
いえ、僕たちはあの後マリアちゃんには出会ってません。
6 years ago, Maria had been 3 years old. She had been a cute and pure kid who would just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years had passed since then. She was 9 now, and experiencing the good and bad parts of life should have taught her something. And yet she's still just as innocent and pure as she used to be?
Maria!
Yeah, like, this is extreme at some point. You're 9. Like, you're 9. You can speak a language. As I circled the rose bed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria, holding a white umbrella, was crouching, still searching for that rose. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirty with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight.
お前、まだ探してたのか。
見つからない。マリアのバラ見つからない。
May had probably been here since the rain had started pouring down. It looked like her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately since she was holding an umbrella, she was not completely soaked. It was probably an umbrella from the handbag that Maria was always walking around with. Thank fuck! Thank goodness, yeah. Seriously, thank goodness. yeah.
バトラ君、よかった。見つけたんだね。
Jesus fucking Christ, okay, so she wasn't sacrificed.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Auntie Rosa threw her own umbrella away and hugged Maria.
ない。マリアのバラがない。
You need a rest, Maria.
後でママも一緒に探してあげるから。だから今日はお預けにしなさい。
今日はお預け。
It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanan-kun caught up with us.
すぐにお屋敷でタオルの用意をさせましょう。
マリア、ずっとここにいたのか。
ごめんね。本
Yeah, yeah.
ローザおばさん、とりあえずお屋敷に行きましょう。
Yeah, let's just recover.
このままじゃマリアちゃん風邪をひいちゃう。
そうね。マリア、行きましょう。ちゃんときれいにしないとおじい様に怒られちゃうわよ。
お腹すいた。
もう食事の時間だぜ。マリアはよく頑張ったよ。天気が良くなったら私たちも一緒に探してやるから。
It's not gonna get better though. That's the problem. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as she headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as weak as I had thought. When she remembered that dinner was calf steak, she started chanting, "I'm hungry, hungry, ooh-hoo," and returned to her usual healthy self. Auntie Rosa didn't chide Maria on her ooh-ooh.
そっか、傘を持っていたのか。さすがマリアは物持ちがいいぜ。
マリア、傘なんか持ってない。
なんだよ。じゃあその手に持ってる白い傘はどうしたんだよ。
貸してもらった。
Barrow did? It seemed that some caring person had brought her an umbrella. A normal girl would look for shelter once it started raining, but there was no way Maria's stubbornness would be broken by something like that. So maybe that person gave up recommending that she find shelter and at least brought an umbrella for her.
そう、その人にお礼を言わないとね、ラーレ。
Let's hold on. Just okay, I was gonna shout out the it's Beatrice, I'm guessing. Of course it is! Of course it is! The name that Maria mentioned very happily was that of the island's witch. Rosa... Fuck. I quit. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to avoid hurting Maria's feelings now that she was happy.
そう、よかったわね。それで誰なの？傘を持ってきてくれた人は。
ベアとリーチェ。
Maria quickly picked up that her mother didn't believe her, made an angry face once again. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It looked like it would be faster to text the person who had lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. Yeah, I think none of them gave her the umbrella. You know, I think none of them gave the umbrella. I think it was Beatrice. I think it was Beatrice. Which would be nice. It would be nice of Beatrice to give Maria an umbrella. I don't think she would mistake anyone else for Beatrice. Huh.
せめて晩餐にだけは出席してください。これでは親族会議になりません。
Along with a dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to harbor a sense of resignation that its sound would not reach its intended ears.
金蔵さん、せめて夕食くらいは出んかね。あんたの顔を見ようと息子さんたちが集まってきてるんじゃないか。
黙れ南條。ビショップが聞かぬか。言って足りぬ。
Too busy in chess. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. His brow wrinkled, he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles, Krause's voice that didn't reach his ears.
金蔵さん、私も腹が減った。下に降りて食事をせんか。
Kinzo, I'm also hungry. Can I go eat?
ならばお前だけで行くといい。私はもうしばらくこの一手を吟味させてもらうぞ。
Kinzo, my god.
今夜で決着をつけてやる。
Oh yeah, right.
さもなくば、お前との決着は金輪際つけられそうにないからな。
Nanjo stood from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess, but he had never seen Kinzo as focused as he was now. was acting almost as though, just as he had said, if the game wasn't finished tonight, there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest. Further attempts to persistently call him would surely not reach his heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Kraus was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Kraus took a step back. Surely Kinzo hadn't actually come out. But it was Nanjo who stood at the door. Kraus breathed a sigh of relief.
Nanjo sensei.
Oh, phew. Oh my god, it's not actually him. Oh.
親父殿はお役に立てなくて申し訳ございませんな。今や金蔵さんの世界はこの部屋だけです。
Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Kraus raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting,
お父さん、聞こえますか？私たちは下へおりますが、気が向かれたらいつでもおいでください。息子兄弟一同、ずっとお待ちしておりますよ。
It is kind of precious that Kraus is still like trying to get him down. Like, come on, man, please. This might be the last time we eat together. Come on. The voice was very loud and the door was being noisily pounded on. There was no way that it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. It was reaching him. However, he was ignoring it anyway. However, unlike the time he was being called down for lunch, he did not get into a rage. Kinzo was now simply calm at heart. It was almost as though he had attained peace by turning himself over to fate.
晩餐にも息子たちの顔にも興味はない。
Damn.
私がここを出るのはベアトリーチがよみがえる時か、私が鍵の生贄に選ばれた時だけだ。もう悪魔のルーレットは回っている。今さら晩餐に何の意味があろう。
Wait, it's already started spinning? Oh. As though the painfully loud banging on the door had completely failed to enter his hearing, Kinzo, in a state of total peace, silently thought about his next chess move. Just as always, Kinzo was the only one missing from the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo.
親父殿は相変わらずご気分が優れられないそうだ。年に一度の親族が集まるこの機会に同席できないことを非常に残念がられておられた。
The fuck he does. Evan Rudolph snickered. Judging by Kinzo's character, he didn't regret it at all, and none of his relatives regretted that he hadn't appeared either.
ではディナーを始めようじゃないか。ゴーダ、始めたまえ。
かしこまりました。それでは始めさせていただきます。
What are we beginning here? The dinner or the game of the devils? Upon finally being told to begin the family conference dinner, his highlight scene for the whole year, Goda nodded, grinning broadly. What the fuck ever.
マリアに傘を貸してくれた人は誰かしら?
It was Beatrice. When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone there turned their attention to her at once.
傘? 何の話?
さっきマリアがバラ庭園にいた時に雨が降り出して誰かに白い傘を借りたみたいなんだけど、お礼が言いたくて。
Is Maria here or? Yeah. All the best deducers love gambling.
俺たちじゃねえぜ。ローザが出てった後は部屋を移してずっと仲良くおしゃべりをしてたからな。
はは、そうやで。あの後も兄弟で仲良くおしゃべりをしとったのや。
Friendly. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, especially because he looks fucking miserable. So that even those that hadn't been there realized that it hadn't been a pleasant conversation.
少なくとも私とエヴァとルドルフと、あと秀吉さんとキリエさんではないことも確かだがね。
私たちは夏日姉さんとローザさんが出て行った後もずっと一緒だったわ。食事の時間までずっとね。
兄さんは源氏さんと一緒にお父様を呼びに上の書斎へ。私たちはそのまま食堂へ直行したもの。だから私たちではないわね。傘を貸すなんて親切、使用人の誰かじゃないの？
じゃあ、ゴーダさん？
私はずっと厨房で準備をしておりましたもので、 申し訳ございません。
I mean, Kanon didn't know, Gata didn't know. I think everyone who did know would have let other people know. I think. Gata looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvre.
じゃあ、熊沢さんかシャノンちゃんかしら。はい。
No, you're good. Shannon, have some confidence in yourself, please. Shannon shrunk, mistakenly thinking that she was being accused of making some error, having come in part way.
違うよ。マリアちゃんがバラ庭園に一人でいた時に雨が降ってきてね。誰かが傘を貸してくれたんだよ。ローザおばさんがその人にお礼を言いたいっていうのさ。
ああ、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Anteros explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled.
私たちでもございませんよ。私もシャノンさんも一緒にお部屋の準備をしておりましたから、お外には出ておりません。
はい、気が利かなくてすみません。
部屋の準備とは何のことかね。
Wait. Huh? Wait, why are you confused? Preparing the room? Wait. Because people were in the rooms. Wait, what rooms were you preparing?
この雨ですから、客人の皆さんがゲストハウスにお帰りになられるのも大変かと思って。
Oh.
使用人たちに屋敷内の客室の準備をするように命じたのです。
あら、気が利くじゃない。そうね。この雨の中、表に追い出すのは失礼だものね。
もう予算か。
Hideyoshi is done with Eva's bullshit. Like, my fucking god, shut up. Shut up! Let's just have a good time. As good a time as we can.
奥様からそのようにご指示を受けまして、私と熊沢さんとカノン君の3人で準備をしておりました。
Yeah, so no one lent her the umbrella.
そしてご夕食の時間になり、源氏様からゲストハウスのお子様方をお呼びするようご指示をいただいたため、カノン君が言ってくれたのです。
ええ。ですから、カノンさんがゲストハウスに行かれるときに、マリアさんを見つけて、傘をお渡ししたのではありませんか？
ほー、違う。
The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. I mean, let's be real here. Maria knows all the people here. Why the fuck would she think that Beatrice gave her the fucking umbrella unless someone was, at the very least, pretending to be Beatrice, which would be fucking weird. All she wanted to do was give away the thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she had thought that something like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately.
じゃあ、夏日姉さん？
ごめんなさい。私は皆さんとの仲良くの語らいの後、頭痛がひどかったので自分の部屋で休んでいました。
Yeah, after my friendly conversation.
ですから表へは出ていません。
なら誰なの？ジョージ君たち？
No.
なわけないわよね。
いえ、僕たちじゃありません。
No, it wasn't. They also didn't know. They didn't even know where the fuck Maria was.
僕たちはずっとゲストハウスでテレビを見てました。
むしろ私たちはマリアはおばさんと一緒に屋敷に行ったとばかり。
Oh my god. Now I'm getting a headache. So I feel like Maria's gonna start screaming at some point.
そこへカノン君が来て、マリアは一緒じゃないのかと聞いたんで、初めて屋敷にはいないのかって分かったんだよ。第一俺だったら傘を貸すより先に手引っ張って屋根の下に連れて行くぜ。
Beckoning? Oh, that's a fucking great. That's a nice song name. Totally not ominous at all. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants were claiming that it wasn't them, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. With that, by process of elimination, the number of people could have been wasn't large.
もちろん私でもありませんが、雨が降り始めてすぐの頃、金蔵さんの部屋を訪ねて、ついさっきまで一緒にチェスをしておりました。
ということは、おじい様でもないよね。
なんだなんだ、妙な話になってきたぜ。
Yeah.
あと残るのは誰だ？
じゃあ誰？源氏さん？
You already asked him.
ちょっと待って、勘違いしないでくれる？別に私は何かの犯人探しをしてるんじゃないのよ。
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone was thinking that.
雨の中のマリアに傘を差し伸べてくれた人に母としてお礼が言いたいだけなの。
Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. But why? Everyone started whispering about how strange this had gotten.
落ち着けよ、ローザ。傘を借りた本人に聞けばいいじゃねえか。
Because she just says Beatrice. She thinks it's Beatrice. That's why. An idea that everyone would agree makes sense. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked.
どうりや、ルドルフ君の言う通りやないか。マリアちゃん、おじさんに教えてえな。マリアちゃんに傘を貸してくれたのは誰や？
ベアトリーチェ。
The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but that soon broke and it was wrapped in laughter. Oh, this is gonna go well.
なるほど。森の魔女ベアトリーチェが不憫に思って傘を貸してくれたか。いい話じゃないかね。ローザ、そういうことだ。
Rosa didn't seem satisfied. Of course. What the fuck do you mean, the mystical witch of the forest? She just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella. Why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke?
クラウスおじさんの言う通り、ベアトリーチェが貸してくれたの。
それはよかった。無垢だというのは実に羨ましいことではないか。なあ、諸君。
Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking her, but Maria apparently was feeling that her claim was being believed. What was overjoyed. I'm so glad she's thinking that.
一体どうなってんの？まさか本当に魔女が現れて傘を貸したってのかよ。
Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me.
マリアって冗談が言えるタイプだっけ？
If we had heard that kind of story pop out from their old bastard's mouth, we'd have just taken it as another joke. However, coming from Maria's mouth, it became somewhat inexplicable, strangely unsettling. There's a video essay about why Maria is the best autism representation in gaming. Oh! I would be interested, but I think it has immense spoilers, so I can't see it, probably.
いや、昔から愚直なぐらい正直で真面目だよ。普通なら聞いただけで嘘とわかるような冗談すら鵜呑みにするタイプだぜ。マリアから冗談を言い出すなんて聞いたこともない。
Auntie Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore.
じゃあ、マリアがベアトリーチェに傘を借りたと言ったなら。
Or someone who pretended to be Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェなのか。
マリアに関してだけは何かの比喩とか冗談とかそういうことは考えられねえぜ。額面通りの意味だと思うべきだろうよ。
じゃあなんだよ。源氏さんあたりがあの肖像画のごついドレスを着てマリアに傘を持って行ってやったっていうのか？
Yeah, they just did that for fun.
そんなことは知らねえぜ。私が聞きたいくらいさ。
Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression wasn't completely joking. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda shut off his fast slur of knowledge, the meal began. A couple of casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. It was a quiet dinner, granting no respite from the intrusive sound of rain that was creeping into the dining hall. Okay. Kumasawa and Shannon, pushing the serving cart, ran into Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen.
源氏さんですか？マリア様に傘を貸されたのは。
傘？何のことだ？
はい。雨が降り出した時に、マリア様は一人でバラ庭園におられたそうで、そこでどなたかに傘をお借りになったそうなのですが、それがどなたかわからないのです。
僕じゃないよ。マリア様はゲストハウスにいると思ってたくらいだからね。バトラ様が最初に見つけられた時にはもう白い傘をお持ちだった。
申し訳ないが、それは私でもない。
じゃあまさか親方様でしょうか。
Everyone in both the dining hall and the place they were standing now had stated that it wasn't them, which meant that only Kinzo was left, but...
何かのご用で廊下を歩かれている時、偶然バラ庭園に傘もささないマリア様が見えたとか。
That would be completely fucking bonkers, but it would also be funny. So I don't know.
親方様はマリア様のことをあまりお好きではない。
Oh yeah, no shit.
同感だね。親方様がマリア様のために直々に開花までお越しになって傘をお持ちくださるとは
あら、困りましたわね。ではマリア様に傘をお貸しになられたのは本当にベアトリーチェ様ってことに。
Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, this crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see that it was Goda who was coming out of the dining hall.
さあさあ皆さん、ディナーは配膳のタイミングも大事です。すぐにスープの配膳に取り掛かってください。源氏さん、彼女らは大切なお仕事中ですので、お引き止めになられないでください。
Bro, he's talking to the chief. My god. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as if to warn him. Kanon reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal. They basically have like a fucking secret furniture communication. Furniture English.
ゴーダの指示に従いなさい。今は晩餐の配膳を急ぐように。
ほらほら、時間がありません。
Fuck off.
タラタラしない。急ぎますよ。
Shut up. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and drove it past her, heading towards the kitchen at pace.
では、私どもも厨房に戻らせていただきます。
God, fucking fuck off, Goda.
ゴーダさんも気の短い方ですからね。
私もこれで失礼いたします。
Kumasawa and Shannon left. I do wonder, what the fuck does Goda do? Like, okay, hold on. Like, yeah, Goda is hired by Kraus, so he's not trusted by Kinzo, which means he's a complete and total outsider, which also... But Kraus is living in the house, so I guess... Oh yeah, never mind. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with an occasional thunderbolt.
源氏様、ベアトリーチェ様が本当にお戻りになられたのでしょうか。
わからん。
親方様にお知らせしますか。
せずともよい。本当にお戻りになられたなら、やがておのずと親方様の前へ現れよう。それに、あれは気まぐれなお方。
He's a meme. Yeah. He's a meme.
親方様にご報告申し上げたところで、お姿を現されないことには何の意味もない。
親方様の儀式はすでに始まっているということでしょうか。
おそらく。だがそれは我ら家具には何の関わりもないこと。
I mean, it kinda has something to do. You're designated as sacrifices. So.
親方様に受けたご恩を最後の瞬間までお返しする。
Until our final moments.
はい。それが僕たち家具の務めです。
The thunder crashed once more. Except for that instant when the lightning lit up the sky, all that could be seen out of the window was the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, the time when the sun is down is ruled by those that are not human. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokkenjima was ruled not by the Ushiryomiya family, but by another master. This master took pity on Maria when she was alone and pummeled by the rain in the rose garden and lent her an umbrella. Kanon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights were not enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanon forcibly averted his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Borean. If I was doing chapter 5, I don't think I would be still streaming by now. Like 5 hours in. But I kinda just... Like, at this point, I'm also curious, but I also just wanna... I don't wanna end the stream before we get to the big thing. But, perhaps the weather was also a factor. You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been making periodic attempts to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end the dining hall was simply buried by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as if delivering the coup de grace, but I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent, the weather was horrible, and the person who had lent Maria the umbrella was still a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this performance called dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but it seemed they didn't quite get there. After taking note, yeah, fuck you, Goda. You suck. Chapter 5 Weird Route has a Mother 1 reference? Oh, boy. But I only want to see the Weird Route once I complete Chapter 5. Oh, dang it! It's gonna take some time before I find it. I want to see this Mother 1 reference, man. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke.
やれやれ。せっかくゴーダが腕を振るってくれた晩餐も、こうも沈み込んでしまっては実に味気ないというものだ。
Can I just say also I have a fucking pit in my stomach? Like I have such dread right now. I don't know if it's because I'm hungry or what, but I feel like a pit in my stomach. Ooh. Something, the atmosphere, okay, the atmosphere is expecting me.
まったくね。今日は何を食べても美味しく感じられない、そういう気分よ。
ほう。
The fact that they can pretend to be friendly in front of each other at this point.
どうしてそういう気分なのか聞きたいね。心が晴れ晴れできるよう。兄として後で協力させてもらうよ。
Okay, dude. Auntie Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard that she was not on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but now I could clearly feel it. When I looked around, I noticed that my dad and Auntie Rosa were also grimacing. Anyhow, it looked like there was something besides the weather that was troubling all of them.
エヴァおばさんも、うちの親父も、ずいぶん機嫌が悪そうっすね。
そう？私はそうは思いませんよ。
I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but it looked like she was also in a bad mood. She snapped back as though she was absolutely not interested.
まあ、ちょいと大人な話で込み入ってな。バトラ君たち子供は気にせんでええ話や。なあ、夏日さん、キリエさん。
He's trying so hard, man. He's trying so fucking hard. He's like, it got a bit complicated, but it's not something to worry about. We'll get over it, right? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness, so I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had actually become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kirie-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they had been having while we kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad had said he had stomach cramps when we there's too many hads. Dad had said stacked the fucking Christ. But it reminded me of how Dad had said he had stomach cramps when we had arrived at the mansion. Fuck. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi was ignored by the other adults, an awkward silence fell over the room. Kyrie-san spoke up.
子供たちの進路はどうなるのかしらとか、そうバトラ君は将来はどうするの？ぼんやりと大学進学？そんなのじゃ長い人生レースのスタートラインとしては心細いわよ。
なんだよ。
あいたたたたたた。
あいたたたたた。
キリエさん、飯の最中にそんな話されちまったら、消化不良で便秘になっちまうぜ。
そうやそうや。バトラ君やジェシカちゃんの進路の話をしとったんや。将来のことは真剣に考えんとあかんで。
Hideyoshi heartily agreed as if they had really been talking about that, but they probably hadn't. Kyrie-san had obviously been trying to avoid talking about something. However, if Kyrie-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I decided to cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Auntie Eva and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Chan had served it to everyone. Goro-san then explained that, with this, tonight's dinner was over. If I had been able to eat in a more cheerful mood, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame that this greatest of dinners couldn't have been had under the greatest of conditions.
ジョージお兄ちゃん、これでご飯は終わり？
うん。これでおしまいだよ。
Oh, she's so cute.
はしてないわよ。
Weird Route save file, or will you download it from the... I'm not gonna play through the Weird Route. I'm gonna watch it. I'm not gonna play through the Weird Route. It's so much. I think did I stream it last time? Did I stream myself watching it? Or did I just spoil it for myself off stream? I do not. I don't want to play through the. Man, just seeing chapter 4 made me feel just. It's worth playing through. It's a gaming experience. I'll think about it.
お席について、落ち着いてジュースを飲みなさい。
Maria looked like she was really excited about the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of the thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter. So when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then stood from her seat, took out her handbag, which she had set under her seat, never having even left it while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned with this behavior.
なんだい？それはどこから持ってきたの？
What? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler also noticed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Letter and umbrella. That's a letter. Jesus Christ. On the front of the envelope, the Ushirimiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, it was sealed with dark red wax, imbuing a level of class upon it that made it clear this was not something that Maria should be carrying around for fun.
マリアちゃん、それは何?
It seemed that Natsuya had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope that Maria was holding. Because her voice sounded too serious to be admonishing a small child, the other relatives around her finally noticed.
どうしたよ、夏日姉さん。
それ、何?
Maria, what the fuck?
あなた、それをどこで拾ったの?
Oh, Beatrice gave it to me. I would fucking evict the entire contents of the dinner in that moment. If this is...
その封筒は金蔵さんの？
金蔵? Oh! It's known to Mother that even us kids could understand when everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushirimiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. The envelope contained a message from Kinzo. Even now he hosts.
どうしてそんな封筒がここにあるんだね。
こいつは面白いもんが飛び出してくるぜ。
ちょいとわしに見せてみ。ダメ。
マリアが読むの。マリアがみんなに読んで聞かせなさいって言われたの。
Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go.
秀吉兄さん、子供相手に力ずくなんていけませんよ。マリアちゃん、その封筒はどうしたの？
Fucking Ronald McDonald.
傘を貸してくれた時にベアトリーチェにもらった。
Oh, no fucking way.
ご飯が終わったらマリアがみんなに読んで聞かせろって言われた。マリアは魔女のメッセンジャーなの。
Hey, you did it. I'm so proud of you, Maria. What?
Messenger?
I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I don't know.
この島の魔女様は随分と洒落てるじゃねえかよ。
I know it looks like I'm over exaggerating, but genuinely, I don't know why I'm disaffected about this. Something about that. I think it's because of the fucking 10 hours of goddamn setup that have now led to this moment, and now I'm like, Butler tried to joke about it, but no one went along with him.
それで中には何て書いてあるのかしら、マリアちゃん。
Suddenly the epitaph. Okay, so when I did this, when I was like, oh, 11 murders, 11 deaths, huh? Oh wow, this seems like 12 people. This seems like 12 people in the Ushuramiya family. Oh god. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table, where Natsuhi, Kiriya, and Nanja glared at it. Printed there in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushuramiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest.
これは当主様の紋章？
私は金蔵さんに手紙をもらったことがあるからわかる。これは間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
でもこのお屋敷にはそれと同じ紋章がいくつもあるのでは？例えば風浪用のハンコのようなものがあれば、金蔵さんでなくても風浪はできるのでは？
いや、金蔵さんは風浪には必ず自分が指にしている後宮家当主の証の指輪で刻印をする。この形や複雑な意匠は間違いなく金蔵さんの風浪だ。
そうとは限らんよ。親族であれば一度くらいは親父の手紙を受け取ったことはあるはずだ。その風浪をもとに偽の紋章を作り、親父殿を語って刻印した可能性が否めない。
I guess so.
兄貴に同感だ。風浪に刻印されている紋章がどれだけ親父のものに酷似していたとしても、間違いなく親父のものであるとは証明不能だぜ。だからその封筒が親父のものであるという証拠にはならない。
私も全く同じよ。風浪の刻印だけでお父様の手紙だなんて決めつけることには同意できないわ。
Well, yeah, it's not father's letter. It's Beatrice's.
南條先生、曖昧な言葉は慎んでいただけるかしら。
これは失礼。出過ぎた口でしたな。
One after another, while all of the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanjo's statement, saying that the envelope that Maria was holding had not necessarily been sent by Kinzo. They were afraid. Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and they feared from the bottoms of their hearts that it might be some decidedly unfavorable announcement regarding the inheritance.
マリア、
Can we get the...
その封筒は傘を貸してくれた人がくれたのね。
Yeah, this is Beatrice.
じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
I mean, clearly the means yes, Rosa.
つまり魔女ベアトリーチェが傘と一緒に マリアちゃんにその封筒を
Maria nodded forcefully.
主人に私も同感です。得体の知れない何者かが手渡した怪文書です。読むにも値しません。
No.
せめて読むくらいいいじゃねえかよ。
Butler said it to Jessica in a small voice, pretending to stir things up, but Natsuki heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes.
それでマリアはベアトリーチェに食事が終わったら読めって言われたんだな。
いいじゃないの皆さん。これはおじい様の封筒ではなく、誰が書いたのかはともかく、中身を聞いてからの判断でもいいんじゃないかしら。
そうやな。お父さんが書いたとは限らんが、中身が気になるんは事実や。マリアちゃん、さっきは無理やり取ろうとしてすまんかった。謝るからみんなの前でそれ読み上げてくれんか。
マリア、読みなさい。
As all of the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle.
本当に親父の手紙だと思うか。
ありえんね。親父殿が私たちに何かを発表するときは、直接でなければいつだって源氏さんを通してじゃない。
You're right, it's not his letter.
このようなこじゃれた方法でするとは思えんね。
そうよ。
I'm hearing the fucking clock. No.
マリアをメッセンジャーに？それこそお父様の趣味じゃないわよ。ローザ、これはマリアちゃんが私たちを脅かそうという何かの隠し芸なんでしょ？
Are you nuts? What do you mean? Yes, she fashioned an umbrella from thin fucking air and then replicated perfectly the seal.
マリアはそんな気の利いたことができる子じゃないわ。
Yeah, I don't think Maria can replicate this. I wouldn't have put it that way, but I don't think Maria would replicate. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason felt like her voice was different than usual. Also, is it just me or does her face also look different? A bit. Like, have we seen this expression before? She looks, I don't know, like, Everyone went suddenly silent.
六軒島へようこそ、後ろ宮家の皆様方。
What? What?
私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
What?
そんなアホな。
黙って。
Shut the fuck up, Hideyoshi.
長年にわたりご契約に従いお仕えしてまいりましたが、本日金蔵様よりその契約の終了を宣告されました。よって本日をもちまして当家顧問錬金術師のお役目を終了させていただきますことをどうかご了承くださいませ。
Yeah, I already said, like Maria's face looked different even before she started reading, and then her voice. What the fuck?
くだらん。ざれ言だ。
聞くに耐えません。
Shut the fuck up.
さてここで皆様に契約の一部をご説明しなければなりません。
Listen to what the fuck Maria's saying.
私ベアトリーチェは金蔵様にある条件とともに莫大な黄金の貸与をいたしました。
No shit.
その条件とは契約終了時に黄金のすべてを返還すること。
Oh.
そして利息として後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴できるというものです。
Oh.
むちゃくちゃや。
Yeah, oops.
初めっからむちゃくちゃだぜ。
要するにあれだろ、よくある悪魔の契約みたいなやつなんだろ。ほんで契約がおしまいってことになるから利子を回収に来たってわけだ。
Everything of the Ushiromiya family has interest. Everything.
いいんや、長年の退職金のつもりかな。ちゃっかりした魔女だぜ。バトラ君、 今は茶化さない方がいい。
Battler, for the love of fucking God, have you not noticed how Maria's speaking like perfectly now? There's not a single ooh, and what? Battler made a face as if Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Yeah, the world's gone fucking mad. Screw it. Yep. At the same time, some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked completely shocked.
これだけをお聞きならば、皆様は金蔵様のことをなんと無慈悲なのかとお嘆きにもなられるでしょう。しかし金蔵様は皆様に富と名誉を残す機会を設けるため、特別な条項を追加されました。その条項が満たされた時に限り、私は黄金と利子を回収する権利を永遠に失います。
Oh, okay, what's the clause then?
特別な条項？
それは何よ？
特別条項。契約終了時にベアトリーチェは黄金と利子を回収する権利を持つ。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。利子の回収はこれより行いますが、もし皆様のうちの誰か一人でも特別条項を満たせたなら、
We'll proceed shortly.
すでに回収した分も含めて全てお返しいたします。なお回収の手始めとしてすでに後宮本家の家督を受け継いだことを示す後宮家当主の指輪をお預かりさせていただきました。
Oh yeah, he threw the fucking ring out, didn't he? He threw the fucking... wait.
封印のろうそくにてそれをどうかご確認くださいませ。
I have a headache.
これがそうだというのか。親父が指輪を手放すなどありえん。
But he did. Cross was staring at the ceiling wax as though he was trying to burn a hole through it. Ivan Ridloff doing the same over his shoulder.
確かにチェスの時、金蔵さんの指に何か足りんような違和感は感じ取りました。
南條先生、おぼろげな記憶でいい加減なことを言わないように。
Natsuhi, shut the fuck up! Just say what the fuck is happening!
その心眼をここでは測れないわ。
I'm fucking losing it. How is no one pointing out the fact that Maria is speaking so weirdly? What the fuck did they think is happening? Some fucking random ghost? The fucking 13th, like fucking Danganronpa, there's a secret student that just comes in, Beatrice, bestows Maria with the perfect fucking dictation skills and then fucks off? Jesus!
本当に指輪をお父様は確かに手渡したのか、この手紙が本当の話かどうかはお父様に直接確認すればいいだけの話じゃない。
そうね、桐江さんの言う通りだわ。
果たして金蔵さんがそれを答えてくれますかな。あの人のお考えは時に人の世の常識では測りかねますからな。
どの道ざれ言の息を出んね。第一、黄金幻想自体が親父殿のまやかしだ。ありもしない黄金の話を始めるのはお前たちだけで十分だ。
でも魔女様はおっしゃってるわよ。黄金を見つけた者に家督と全ての財産を引き渡すってね。つまりベアトリーチェ様はお父様の顧問弁護士もしくは金庫番でもあられるってことじゃないのかしら。
このような怪しげな文章を子供に託すような怪人物を信用することなどできません。
Natsuhi, who the fuck is this strange person? Did they just sneak onto the fucking island? They snuck onto the island, they can somehow replicate the seal and letter perfectly, and now has the... like, can just fucking hijack Maria's voice. They're in denial, I understand that. But, like...
兄貴、腹を割ってもらうぜ。兄貴の知らない人物が親父の財産管理をしてるようなことはあり得るのか。
いや、それはない。私は当主代行として親父殿の全ての財産を把握している。私に知られずにそれらを自由にできる人間はいないはずだ。
Yeah, well.
じゃあつまり クラウス兄さんの把握していない財産ってことじゃないの？
バカな、そんなものあるわけがない。
あるわよ。兄さんが把握していないお父様の資産。
Oh no, the fan.
そんなものあるわけがありません。
いや、あるで。それがお父さんの、いや、ベアトリーチェの隠し黄金や。
Oh my fucking.
話を整頓しよう。つまり親父には兄貴も知らない腹心がいて、そしてそいつはずっと黄金の番と運用を任されてきたわけだ。
Yeah.
あるいは悪魔の契約まがいのルールで融資した神塚の大富豪。
その腹心のベアトリーチェさんは自分の黄金を融資する相手として息子兄弟の誰がふさわしいか試したいということ。
What Curious said was something all of the siblings wanted clarified. Upon reflection, they realized that during the time Kinza's strange epitaph had been displayed in the hall beneath the portrait of the witch, they had always whispered that the one who solved the puzzle would receive everything, yet no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. That had, right here, right now, had been clearly expressed by Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushiramiya family would be given to the one who found the gold.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。条件は、碑文を読むことができるものすべてに公平に。黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
お父さん、聞こえているはずです。返事をしてください。
The door to Kinza's study was being violently beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The screams coming from the other side were Krausen's, Rudolph's, and sometimes Emma's voices. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinza's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinza was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had colored the table down in the dining hall was once again laid out. Wait. Huh? Kinza continued his meal. What the fuck? Okay, Kinza continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door and being beaten on and Kinza's face.
皆さんがお呼びですが、いかがいたしますか？
しておけ。神と我が晩餐は沈黙を尊ぶ。
黙らせます。
必要ない。我が耳には届いておらぬ。
Kinza coolly tasted his food. He is... This is Kinzo, and this is everyone else. Rage baiting them. Arayin Madonna. Fucking God. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon stood in reserve, like a shadow behind, as to the side of Genji opened his mouth.
マリア様がベアトリーチェ様より手紙を受け取られたとのことで、その真偽を確かめたいのでしょう。
あやつめ、早速始めおったか。さあ、ベアトリーチェ、かけるコインに不足はあるまい。存分に今宵を楽しもうではないか。負ける気はないぞ。お前の微笑みは永遠に私のものだ。
Bro, do you have a plan for finding the gold or what? What the fuck are you doing?
もう一度見られるなら、富も名誉も 我が命すらも惜しくはない。さてルーレットは回り始めた。ボールはどのポケットに落ちるのか。ノワールかルージュか、それとも親の総取りか。
What?
さあ始めるがいい、ベアトリーチェ。私が再びお前に奇跡の力というものを見せてやる。
Yeah, I know what they fucking mean, but I thought it was gonna be people, not colors. Jesus Christ. Oh, I have such a fucking headache. The strange letter that the witch had entrusted Maria with had wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria had been repeatedly barraged with questions by Auntie Rose and the other parents, and was now in the worst of tempers because no one would believe her. Even when we kids tried to talk to her, she would just ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up over the gold, firing back and forth about the distribution of the assets and completely forgetting that we children were even there. Even though I'd already figured that they had been talking about this in the shadows, I never thought they'd be this blunt about it, and at least to us kids, it was a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all of our parents wanted as much money as possible as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found. About advance payments in cash. It was so despicable I couldn't bear to watch, even though one of them was my dad. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats, although no one had asked us to leave, and went to hang out somewhere apart from the parents.
なるほどな。じいさまが飯の席にも顔を出したくない理由がよーくわかったよ。うちの親たちにはすっかり幻滅だぜ。金だの遺産だの。よくもまああそこまで大っぴらに。
俺の場合はクソ親父に幻滅しきってるからよ。これ以上評価の下がりようがないぜ。
そんなの私だって同じだぜ。しかし今夜のには呆れたぜ。心底呆れたぜ。
Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her burns were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. I could realize that from the depths of Jessica's shock.
未成年の君たちはご両親に養育してもらってるからわからないだろうけど、お金を得るというのは単純な綺麗事じゃないよ。未成年である今にそれを理解しろとは言わない。でもご両親なりに何かの努力をしていることだけは認めてあげてほしいな。
やれやれ、ジョージの兄貴は人間ができてるぜ。
ジョージ兄さんは社会人になってバリバリ働いてるけどよ。金とか財産とかそういう話になったらうちの親父たちみたいに強欲むき出しのハゲタカになれるってのかよ。
Well, no, George isn't in economic in an economic clusterfuck. So, you know. Yeah.
自分だけの話だったらそんなことはしたくないよ。でも家族や社員、部下やその家族の生活を背負ったら戦わなければならない時もあるかもしれない。
私はそんな戦い嫌だぜ。小さまの遺産がどうのこうのなんて話、ヘドが出るぜ。
Yeah, they don't like it either. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear.
もうこの話はやめようぜ。じいさまの隠し黄金がどうのこうの、財産だ遺産だって話は俺たちの問題で俺たちの問題じゃないさ。
You sure, Battler? You sure, dude? You sure?
僕も同感だよ。せめて気を利かせて親たちの話し合いを邪魔しないのが子供の務めだと思うね。
Okay, Borean, I'm gonna be straight. I think I'm gonna have to stop here. Like, I'm feeling slightly dizzy. Let me just say, yeah, it's been 5 fucking hours, and my god, it's thrown me for a fucking loop. Halfway through episode 1. Wait, what? Halfway? Halfway? Oh yeah, right, there's like a billion... Wait, what? Wait, I'm gonna save again. I should probably end the stream, but I'm just gonna take a moment right now and just be like, just I didn't. No, it feels like thinking about what happened. This feels like an overreaction from my part, and I do recognize that, and like you know, but genuinely in my brain, it's like, like yeah, of course I knew Beatrice real. Yeah, I knew that Beatrice real. Of course, fucking no shit. But just the shit, the fucking whiplash of like, first there's the first there's some discussion about the inheritance. Then the cousins ponder over Beatrice's epitaph. Then the inheritance discussion turns bad. Then the cousins go to the beach. And then it gets dark, so they go back up, and then the Maria thing happens. And, you know, the slaps and so on, which, that was fuck. And then there's the fact that Maria got lost, and I immediately went, oh, she's probably dead. Like, inside, I immediately went, she's probably dead. So the fact that she was alive was like, okay, phew. Fuck, man. And then there was the umbrella thing given by Beatrice. I'm like, okay, so fuck shit started. Alright. And then the dinner starts. And then she just pulls out that fucking letter. She just pulls out that fucking letter. And I'm internally thinking like, okay, so Beatrice told that Maria should read it. And internally throughout the whole thing, I'm like, wait, but is Maria actually gonna fucking read this? Because I don't know how well she's gonna read this letter. Is someone else gonna try and stop her or something? But they were like, but then they didn't, because they were so freaked the fuck out. And then she started talking, and oh my fucking god! Oh my god! You can see why I wanted to do UMINEKO instead of Deltarune now, right? You can see why I wanted to do that first. Do you regret that I didn't play Deltarune? I mean, actually, you were fine with both. But, like, you know, you also did tell me to replace. I mean... Wait. No, not the fucking manga. How many... How many okay, fucking... Tell me how many fucking chapters there are. Okay, 17 chapters. And it's here. Zone 117, got it. Don't worry about chapter count. After the next chapter, the pacing will go crazy. Can you believe me when I say that I don't care how long it'll take? Like, the length of the game has completely just evaporated from my brain at this point. I was only checking for chapters to see how far into episode 1 I was. Like, I've just completely forgotten about the fact that this game is like 200 hours long or some shit. I mean, I can't see this. Yeah, I can't see that. Because it's... Yeah, there's so many games to play, like UMINEKO. Oh my fucking god. Wait, what? Every episode concludes with a tea party and the... Dr. spins away. Okay, I won't. Okay, I won't. Spin. Hey, dealer's choice. I think we're doing Monument Mythos again. Oh yeah, of course. Can't forget to increment. Yeah, I mean, it would be a waste if I picked UMINEKO and it's gonna double anyways. 6.9%, by the way, nice. Look at that. God damn it. Look, 6.9%. Anyways, this has been UMINEKO. I'll see you all tomorrow for Lingo 2 and I'll be even more confused, but like, you know, Lingo reasons. Actually, I have no idea how the fuck we're gonna progress Lingo 2. I don't know why I told Ash to if it was interested in playing Lingo 2. I have no idea how the fuck to progress it. We're just gonna be stuck. It's gonna be a mess. Anyways, so good night. Sleep well. Oh, Jesus Christ.